Welcome to Ghost. Yeah. Thought I'd add a little spirit to the night. Good to be with you, everybody. I'm Ardell, and we'll be here all night long. Nothing but ghost stories. The ground rules are simple. You tell the story, we'll listen. But it's got to be a real one. Heaven knows, is it heaven? There are plenty of them out there. And going back now to a caller, my first caller, I might add, on WJR in Detroit. And you said your radio station, sir, covers 38 states. I just got a fax from somebody. Said WJR 760 from Detroit is coming in here, gangbusters, and he sends the fax from Birmingham, Alabama. Alabama. His name was Ron. So there you are, all the way down in Alabama.
You can get it in Detroit, Alabama.
Listen, Detroit, as we all know, is the center of some pretty strange activity upon Halloween.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of volunteers out in your streets tonight trying to keep things quiet. I assume so far they are quiet.
Well, they haven't been too bad. I just had to go outside. My wife said she heard somebody parking out front.
Great.
And it's like we had a car stolen out front 2 days ago, so it's not the best neighborhood, but then again, it's not the worst.
Well, I've got a way to keep people inside. Did you hear last hour the Bigfoot sound I played?
Oh, yeah.
You did, huh? All right.
My dog.
Uh-huh. Well, I've got something else I want. If there's anything that'll keep the people in Detroit inside, try and imagine this outside. Listen carefully now. How'd you like to meet something like that out in the middle of the street in the middle of the night?
Well, I think I just heard that a few minutes ago. My wife, 8 3/4 months pregnant.
Well, I hope she stays that way.
Yeah. Matter of fact, we were almost going to have the baby today, being Halloween, but we're going to have it tomorrow.
Well, I hope I didn't bring anything premature, so.
Oh, no.
Anyway, have you ever seen anything you could not explain?
Well, yeah, I had about 20 years ago. Me and my brother and sister I got together and we decided we were going to get out the old Ouija board and have a seance.
Yes.
And of course, first person you call up from the dead is George Washington, and nothing seemed to happen, and all the lights were out in the house. And then my brother decided that he was going to call Satan. And
oh, really poor idea.
And next thing you know, we heard a gust of wind, and the front door, we had a vestibule at the front of the house, and just a flimsy door, and that swung shut. So it would have taken an action of somebody pulling it or suction, a really strong breeze or something.
Sure.
To shut the door.
Sure.
And we got startled, and we ran over there and didn't see anything. And we flicked on the light, and the light didn't work. So we went to get a light bulb. We put it in, and we had like a 2x4 carpet in the vestibule, and the impression left on the carpet was the trident, the devil's spear. Was the pitchfork?
Yes. Oh, yes. I know.
And nobody would have had the opportunity to do it, and they would have had to do it in the dark.
I'll tell you something, and I'll tell everybody else a brief story, which I sort of said I was never going to tell again. But that's a good one, sir. Thank you. And we shall always remember you, by the way, as caller number 1 from Detroit. What is your first name again?
My name is Casey.
Casey from Detroit. Brother, thank you.
Well, it's good listening to you, Art, and I'm sure you're going to get a lot more listeners from Detroit.
All right, thank you. Good to be on the air there. Well, when I worked in Las Vegas, and for a number of years I did the program in Las Vegas, from the Union Plaza Hotel, it was called at that time. And one night when I was doing a show, this very night, as a matter of fact, a lady called up and claimed to be a witch. She gave me some very, very disconcerting information, personal knowledge, which I actually bleeped off the air. It was so personal, I couldn't believe that she could possibly know these things about me. And toward the end of the call, she said she was going to come and leave something for me. Well, she left me a Ouija board, an ancient Ouija board. I have never, nor will I to this day, tell you what has happened to that Ouija board. But when you call upon spirits, when you call upon the dark side, and you do it with something, an instrument, it does not matter, you'd better be damn careful what you're doing. Ouija boards are an opening. They're an opening into a world where there are things that you may not really wish to meet. So my advice to you, without telling you the detailed story of this board, which is frightening, my advice to you is do not play with Ouija boards. It's like opening a door, and you just don't know what's going to walk through. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Art,
Yes.
hello, how you doing?
Okay, you're going to have to get into that phone and yell at us.
All right. How's this?
I'm much better.
All right, thanks.
Where are you?
I'm in Spokane.
Spokane, Washington. KNYE.
APA.
You bet.
I have a story for you.
All right, go ahead.
The doozy. About a year ago, I was staying at a friend's house up in Newport,
Mm-hmm.
and we were sitting down in the basement, right?
Yep.
And we were sitting there smoking cigarettes and talking back and forth.
Doing guy stuff.
Yeah. And I was sitting there and I was watching my smoke from my cigarette go up, and all of a sudden I seen a face kind of appear into it, the smoke going up into the air.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked my friend, do you see it? And he's like, yeah. And it smiled kind of, and then,
It smiled?
yeah, it just smiled.
Now, I could understand people blow smoke rings.
Yeah.
I could even understand blowing a face, but I can't understand it smiling.
Yeah, it just kind of formed into a face. It was the strangest thing I've ever... I still get shivers now.
And it smiled at you.
Yes.
Well, it's better to frown.
Yeah.
And what happened to it then? Did it?
It just kind of dissipated really slowly.
That's weird.
He's told me about stories about seeing things in his house before, too.
Well, I'll tell you then a little story. I have a photograph. Thank you very much for the call. I have a photograph of a ghost, a real ghost. It might be a wonderful night for some of you to get this photograph. If you have a computer and a modem, we've got a bulletin board service, and you can go in and get a photograph of this ghost. Actually, there are several ghost photographs. Oh, by the way, my guest this last Sunday on Dreamland sent me a photograph of a tornadic ghost. I don't know if that's a word, but it is obviously some sort of plasma material at the top of a staircase in the shape of a tornado. Now, down toward the bottom of the tornado, it's translucent. In other words, you can begin to look through it and see the stairs. It's the damnedest thing you've ever seen. I'm going to get that one up on the bulletin board for you as soon as they send it to me to scan. I've got a scan of it right now, but I want to be able to scan it myself at a higher resolution rate. If you want to see a ghost, there is a man in Arizona who was a stone mason. He built stone, he did basements, and he did a wine cellar for a fellow in about 100-year-old house. He was very proud of the work that he did, and when he was done, he took a photograph of his stone masonry work. It was beautiful. Only thing is, when the picture came out, quite clearly a translucent being appeared in the photograph, and it was captured very, very well on film. And we have published this photograph in our newsletter. And I might add, I've got it on our bulletin board. So if you want to download the picture of the ghost, you can call area code 702-727-1709 24 hours a day. Let me give that number to you again, 702-727-1709. And if you're able to download with Z-modem protocol, you can download a photograph of this ghost. You take a look. There's a face, there's a body, there's arms, there's legs. It's a ghost. It's clear. It's in color. There's no mistake about it. There's some sort of spirit, some sort of entity in that photograph, and you're welcome to download it and take a look for yourself. We do a lot of that. We try to make some of this material available to you, so it does not all have to be the theater of the mind. That's what radio is. I want you to be able to see what I see so that you can see that I'm not totally crazy. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Aaron calling from Los Banos, California.
Hi.
Hi, I have a really good ghost story I wanted to tell you.
Let her go.
Okay, this story happened in 1951. It was given to me by my father, and it happened to his cousin named Norbert. And he was at a movie theater and in Morgan Hill, California, and he was bleeding going towards San Jose. And there's a stretch of road they call Monterey Highway that they called the Blood Alley. And one night after the movie was done, he was heading home to San Jose, heading north.
Sure.
And he was going about 45 miles an hour in his old car.
I know the road, by the way.
Yeah, and it's a little highway. And while he was going up there, he saw this, beautiful young-looking lady on the side of the road and walking really slowly. And he kind of slowed down, and he was looking over at her, and she had a beautiful white dress on, and she was looking down, and he slowly passed her, and he looked in his rearview mirror, and he saw her, and he slowed down a little bit more and was going, 10 miles an hour, and for some reason he got a really nervous feeling inside, and he slowly sped up because he was scared. He didn't know, exactly what it was, and if it was something different, he got a different feeling inside. And well, he thought he sped up a little bit, and he was going about 35, 40 miles an hour, and he happened to look back again, and it didn't go any further away. It wasn't leaving. And that really started.
You mean the lady in the white dress was as close to him?
Yes. As it was the first time he saw her. And he really started getting nervous. And well, he put his foot on the pedal and got up to about 50, 55 miles an hour.
Sure.
And he looked in the mirror, and it wasn't any. As a matter of fact, it was getting closer to him. It was getting closer to his car.
Really?
On the passenger side.
There are many, sir, that have died on that road.
Yes, very. There was a lot of fatal accidents back in the 50s and earlier on and later on also. And as he got up to speed, he started really stepping on. He was frightened now. By this time, he was really frightened. He was going, tipping the car out to, like, at 70, 75 miles an hour is what he said. And
that'd be my reaction.
Yeah. He was really moving now.
I'm the let's get out of here kind of person.
Yes. And he looked in the mirror this time, and he looked in. As a matter of fact, he didn't look in the mirror. He looked over to his right side where his little side mirror was to get a better picture. And the worst thing possibly happened that he thought happened, and there was a white dress floating next to the car. And when he looked at the window, he said he saw a face of a skeleton with white straw hair looking at him with its mouth opened. And he was so frightened he could not believe it. He slammed his brakes on in the middle of the road. It was late at night. In the middle of the road, slammed his brakes on, closed his eyes as tight as he could, said a prayer. And when he looked back, it was gone. He turned around and went back to his mother's house, which was about 20 miles the other way, and didn't go look back at all. And he went home, and he told the story and told it to the whole family. And well, as far as I know, he never went down that road again if he could.
These things change your life forever.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the call. It's one thing to tell them. It's another to really experience them. When you do, it changes your life forever and ever. Because it does not matter what anybody else believes or chuckles about or laughs about. If you experience something like that, you're never, ever going to be the same. Although we eat food every day, we take for granted the process it goes through. Well, you should not. This is Digestive Tract Commercial 101. Digestive Tract 101. You see, in your digestive tract, there are bacteria, or there should be. Now, they're not bad, they're good. What they do is convert the energy, the nutrition from the food, and send it into your body so you feel well. They eliminate the poison. Now, if this bacteria should die, that's bad. Then the opposite occurs and your body gets poisons, and you get rashes, and you get sick, and it's not good. Now, there is a way to correct it, and, let me tell you something. It's called Natron's Healthy Trinity. Now, what kills that bacteria? Antibiotics, bad diets, alcohol, drugs, stress, even basic aging. You know who takes it? Dan Marino and a lot of other players on the Miami Dolphins take it. You know why? Because they take antibiotics, and that kills the bacteria, and then they just, they're not ready for a good game. So they take Natron's Healthy Trinity. And you can too. You can order it by calling 1-800-992-3323. It restores, you see, your body's natural balance. Whatever has killed it, Natron's replaces it. 1-800-992-3323. In a world gone crazy, it's kind of nice to be able to relax, put on some music, and just let it all go. That's what higher octave music does for me with artists like Cousteau, Neil Sean, Shaheen and Zaper, Craig Shakizo. It's music that takes you to a very nice place and then lets you down easy. Their current offer is absolutely terrific. Neil Sean, Craig Shakizo, and of course, Shaheen and Zaper. Their albums, Beyond the Thunder, Acoustic Highway, and E as in Ecstasy. You've heard me play this cutting-edge music on the show. Now add it to your collection. You know the great prices they offered on Cusco? Well, they're back. 3 terrific CDs, $39.95 or $27.95 if you prefer cassettes. Call the people at the Higher Octave Music label directly at 1-800-562-8283, 24 hours a day. Remember, mention my name, whether for relaxing or exercising or just getting together with good friends. This is the music, and you've got the number, 1-800-562-8283. That's 1-800-562-8283. Higher Octave, the name for 21st century music. All right, my recommendation is turn down the lights if you have the guts to do it, and listen carefully. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Dennis from Vancouver.
Washington?
Yes.
All right.
Let's see. I've got a ghost story. Sort of a ghost story.
Sort of. Almost a ghost story? Look, that's like being almost pregnant. Either you're a spirit or you're a physical entity. It's one or the other.
Well, I'll explain it and
All right.
I'll go from there.
All right, then maybe I can tell you.
I was up in Yosemite, National Park in California.
Yeah.
And doing a Ouija board.
There you go.
Yeah. There were, I guess, about 10 or 12 people in the room. There was only 2 of us on the board. The other people were, standing around watching, contributing their energy. And we got something that came across as being, negative. I don't necessarily want to say evil, but definitely negative oriented.
Do you want to tell us what it was?
Well, it wouldn't give us a name, but the impression that I have was that it was something higher up than just an ordinary demon. It was very strong, very intelligent.
Now, was this manifesting itself simply through moving on the Ouija board and spelling things out, or was that...
That's the way it started.
Okay.
We were, asking questions of it. At first we didn't know that it was evil, but, having done the Ouija board for several years prior to that, we've learned to ask appropriate questions to determine whether it's a positive or a negative entity. And after having determined that it was a negative entity, we were going to stop, but the rest of the people in the room wanted to continue because they were fascinated. So we went ahead and continued with it, which of course was our mistake. But after a while, it told us to turn the lights off.
Oh,
So,
it did, and you listened, right?
Yeah, we turned the lights off. We turned the candle on.
All right, I'll tell you.
Lit a
Get a
candle.
candle. I'll tell you what. I'm coming up on a break. I want you to hold this story for the break, all right?
Okay.
All right, stay right where you are. We will shortly be back. Top of the morning, everybody. Good to be here. It's Ghost Stories and Ghost to Ghost all night long. Tell you what, let me take care of business here at the beginning, and we'll jump back into it. How's that? Clear sailing, right on up, or would that be broom riding to the top of the hour? For the past several months, North American trading, months, almost a year, they've been telling you about the new currency. Bullets here. $100 are going to change, $100 bills first, then the other denominations will quickly follow. And currency is changing. That's all there is to it. Now, there are at least 3 or 4 ways this new currency will affect your savings, your investments, just about all the holdings that you've got. They've got a wonderful offer for you. All you need to do is call them. It is a free call, and they will send you free information. Now, I'm telling you this, they sell gold. It's really a very tricky ad, because when you read about what's going on in the economy, buying gold is going to seem au naturel to you. So you don't really, they don't have to sell gold. It sells itself after you read this information, but the info is free. So call them. 1-800-877-9799 is the number. 1-800-877-9799. The name of the company, once again, is North American Trading, and they're more than happy to do business with you. But right now, all they want to do is send you free information. In a moment, there'll be more. Folks, I've got on the line with me Dr. Greg Cinnamon, who helped to originate the amazing 18-hour phonics game. I've been telling you about this. It helps children, it helps teenagers as well as adults learn to read, understand, and comprehend better. Greg, what got you started in this endeavor?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm like a lot of people, I think, Art, where I tried another phonics method with my own kids. I have 2 school-age kids. I'm also a school therapist and did a lot of testing on kids as they're preparing to enter education. And our kids read horribly in our society today. In fact, here in California alone, we place dead last in the nation, tied with Louisiana, in reading and spelling and grammar. In fact, last year alone, 20% of all high school graduates could not even read their high school diplomas. And so what got me interested in the phonics game is that we're in a mess here. And if we don't turn this around and figure out how to get back to basics, which is teaching the 44 sounds of the English language to our children and our teenagers, then I don't know where it's going to stop or where our kids are going to have to end up before we get back to the basics in education.
Well, of course, whenever America is compared to any other industrialized country, we always score at the bottom of the heap. Why are kids and adults having problems reading and spelling?
Well, it goes back to what they call whole word reading, and we thought we knew what we were doing when we switched over about 40 years ago to the speller, see Jane run, see Spot jump. And what we didn't realize at that time, and we're just now starting to get it, was that was the wrong way to teach kids and teenagers to read. And we're getting back to phonics now. Tests are proving this out. The phonics game is the answer.
Greg, I've seen it. I've seen the phonics game, and I've talked to people who absolutely are in love with it. Tell everybody how they can get it.
It's a fun solution to a test problem, and the way to get it is 1-800-211-READ, 1-800-211-READ. And the first 25 callers are going to get a free comprehension game and a free syllable game with their order.
All right. Listen, everybody, I'd suggest that what Greg has laid out before you right now is an opportunity to teach young people and adults how to read, spell, and comprehend better. That number again, Greg?
1-800-211-READ.
You can't go wrong. Thanks, Greg.
You're welcome.
Back now to our story, and I'm sorry we interrupted you, sir. You're back on the air again.
Oh, no problem. Let's see, where was I? It asked us to turn the lights off. So we lit a candle and we did turn the lights off.
Bad news.
Yeah, well, we found that out the hard way. We continued, speaking with it for about a minute or so. Unbeknownst to us, back behind the group, towards the corner of a room, a light started to form, just in the middle of the air. It started off real small, but it was real bright. It was actually lighting up the room.
Right.
The room got real cold, real fast. There was no bad smell or anything, but it was quite cold all of a sudden.
That'd be enough for me. Now, what I want to know, first of all, before you continue is, I'd be out of there. I mean, in a flash, I'd be out of there. Light begins to form where there ought not be light. The room gets cold. That'd be all I'd need.
Since my friend and I had been doing it for, on a semi-regular basis for a couple of years, we were fairly fluent, at least up to that point. We hadn't, gotten anything that strong before, but, we pretty much knew how to, deal with it once it got to that point. My friend started getting sick to his stomach. I started, getting a little bit of a headache. So we stopped, with the board itself and basically moved back away, relaxed ourselves, started saying some prayers, at least I started imagining a golden light around myself, which is what I consider a protective light. And, went from there, and we just left the board alone, and the light did fade. We turned on the room lights itself, and, the light just, faded out.
Well, that's good. There are a lot of people who would say to you, you should have been praying in the first place, not mess around with the Ouija board.
Well,
Because you know what can happen, sir?
oh yeah.
You can bring something like that into this world or across from wherever it comes from, and you can put your Ouija board away, and it won't matter because it's in.
Right. Yeah. Once it's done its full transformation crossover. Yeah. But we managed to stop it in time.
So what would you advise people out there about Ouija boards?
Well, first of all, there are several good books out there. If you're really determined to use one, read the books on it first. The best thing to do is to, one of the most common questions, if you get a negative oriented spirit, one of the most common questions that it will ask is, can I come in? And never think that it's referring to coming into the room or into your home or whatever. When it's asking that question, it's wanting to come into you. And you always say no. And if you get a question like that, I would suggest that you stop and don't mess with it anymore.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much for the call. There are many out there who probably ought not mess around with this kind of thing at all. It's very serious. It's not a joke. A Ouija board is simply an instrument, in my opinion. Now, it may be a particularly powerful instrument, but you can invite these sorts of forces in with or without a Ouija board. And my advice to you is, don't do it. Like an unwelcome in-law coming to visit, it might not leave. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Top of the morning to you.
Hello, Art. This is Jeff. I'm calling from Denver.
Denver, yes, sir. K-How, I imagine.
Yes, and I have a true fact story that I can relate to you about spirits, ghosts, or whatever you want to call them.
Let her rip.
I was living in an apartment complex, and a guy came over to me. I met him just inadvertently, and I was working in the legal field, and he asked me to check out whether or not his wife had been married before, and I did that, and I gave him information, and he came over to my apartment.
Had she been? I just want to know.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, it was big me.
Oh my.
He was married to her for 10 years, and she never got a divorce. So he came over to my house. He was crying.
Sure.
I took him over to his apartment, tried to calm him down, and he went into a rage. He started tearing telephones out of the wall, breaking lamps, tables, etc. And then he came at me like he was going to attack me. He got right up close to me, and he fell down, and he started to convulse. And I thought, well, this guy has epilepsy or something.
Sure.
And then he jumped up again and did the same thing again and went down like someone hit him in the head with a ball bat. And was frightening. The hair on my head went up. His eyes were rolling back. He was foaming at the mouth.
You're saying it was like he was in combat with some force.
I don't know what was going on, but what I can say that really frightened me was he was speaking out of his own mouth and cursing me and doing all this, but there were multiple voices coming out. Sometimes there were one, sometimes it sounded like 2 or 3 or 5 or 6. And then he stopped breathing, and the guy was foaming at the mouth, and that I went down, I checked his pulse and all that. I had to give him CPR, get him breathing again, and I had to run over. He pulled the phone out of the wall. I had to run over to the neighbors and ask them to call the cops, and then the cops, the fire department, the EMTs, all them came over. They took him off to ER. And I thought, well, when he was talking to me, it was horrible. It was something I can't even explain.
What would you say? Would you think he was possessed, or was he being beaten by some outside force?
Well, all I can say is there were voices coming out of his body when his eyes were rolled back, and he was foaming at the mouth. He was writhing on the floor, and sometimes it sounded like one person talking. Sometimes it sounded like 5, 4, whatever, talking. And so I gave him the CPR. They took him off, and then that was about 11 o'clock at night. And then about 4 in the morning, they let him out of VR, and he came back to my apartment. And I said, get out of here. I don't want to talk to you.
I'm sure.
Yeah, leave. Go now. And then about 5 months after that, I met him in a parking lot of a shopping center. And I said, do you realize what's going on? Do you understand? And he said, yeah, can you imagine what those cops did to my apartment? I said, the cops didn't do anything. You did that. And I talked with him for a while. And then he told me that he was an immigrant from France. He was in an orphanage in France. And as far as these convulsions and stuff, I asked him if he was epileptic or all that. And he said no. And I was talking with him, and then he said, I was in an orphanage in France, and 2 priests told me I was possessed. And I said, oh, gee whiz. And that was the end of it. I didn't talk to him after that.
That's enough. All right, my friend. Thank you. That's quite enough. Well, what to say about that? We were talking about inviting entities in a few moments ago. Maybe on occasion they invite themselves in. Maybe on occasion they take the minds of those who can be taken. Had you thought of that? Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, WBC, Duluth Superior.
In Wisconsin.
Actually, I'm in Duluth, but
Duluth, Minnesota. I'm sorry.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, your Detroit station is coming through pretty good too.
All right.
So, yeah, are you gonna tell us what happened to your Ouija board?
Absolutely not.
Can't talk you into it, huh?
No, that's one story I really won't tell. It scares me, and I don't like telling it. Not even on this day. It scares the hell out of me. That's one thing that really did scare me, and that's so I warn people about Ouija boards. How about you? Do you have a story?
Yeah, I got a quick one for you.
All right.
Back in the 50s, my mom was seeing a gentleman in her school. She was a junior in high school. I guess they were really in love with each other, this, that, and the other thing. And one night, she was sleeping and she was kind of stirred in bed and she woke up and saw him standing in the room, bedroom. What are you doing here? And he just kind of faded away.
Oh.
And the next day, she found out he was killed in a car accident. So.
Oh, there's a lot of stories like that. There's a lot of stories. Thank you very much. Now, you see, I believe we had Brad Steiger on a couple of weeks ago, and actually we've been kind of doing the warm-up to Halloween for some time now. But there are many, many stories like that. It seems when many die, the energy that is us, the energy that may be our soul, our essence, whatever it is you want to call it, you give your own name to it, has something that it must say to somebody that it has left behind. It must say it. And somehow that energy, either still here on Earth or from elsewhere, finds its way back long enough to assure the person that it loves, or to pass a message that must be passed, information that a loved one must have, and somehow the energy makes it back. Don't ask me. I just do talk shows. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Thank you.
Where are you?
Pardon?
Where are you?
Corpus Christi, Texas.
All right, welcome.
Welcome. Yes, I have several ghost stories, but I know I don't have that much time.
Now, give us your best.
Oh, the best. Okay. One time my husband and I had a disagreement, and he had been, just frolicking and carrying on, and I'd about had it, and I was very upset, and my mom told me, well, you need to cool down, and so she said, let's go to this thrift store that happened to be in a hospital. And we were walking down the corridor.
Why is it that when women get upset, they go shopping? It's true, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, it is. But anyway, my mom and I were walking down the corridor, and in the hospital, you hear there's like speakers, and there's like, Dr.
Jones.
Dr. Joe on it in ER, and you really don't pay attention to these things.
That's right.
And anyway, I was upset, and she says, calm down. I said, no, this is it. I am upset. And nothing you can say, Mother, is going to change my mind. She says, well, I really think you need to cool down. I said, well, nope, that's it. At that point, we heard a voice walk by, and it just asked in a real deep voice, where did you leave Ben? And we didn't pay any attention to it until we walked about 2 feet. And then my mom and I looked at each other, and we turned around together, and we saw a tall, almost Frankenstein stature man and a short man. And they both had on those white gowns, and their skin was gray tone. And we both looked at it, and then I kept looking at it, and then the tall guy turned around in like a Frankenstein stance and looked directly into my eye. And he lifted his head up just a bit, like telling me, I'm going to get you. Because you're vulnerable. Because you can be mine. And then he just turns around and he walks off with the other short guy. And we both looked at them, and their skin tone was like, it was gray, as if they had been dead for years. And then I look at my mom, and she looks at me, and she says, make the sign of the cross. We both made the sign of the cross. And she says, look, when you're this upset with somebody, the evil spirits know that you're vulnerable. And at this point, she says, you need to cool down because this is how bad things happen.
Well, I'll bet you if her first speech didn't work, this one did.
Yeah, well, I still haven't forgiven him, but,
You did calm down.
oh yeah, I did calm down. And there are, I just want to tell everybody that there are bad spirits out there.
Yeah.
And that when you're being negative and you're vulnerable and you don't have the fear of Christ or something that's more powerful than them, then they can get you. But if you have, if you can say a prayer right now and then,
It's a matter of weakness.
it's a matter of like you were saying, it's a matter of weakness, and they'll come right on in, and this is how bad things happen.
It's such a good point. Thank you. Even if I were to relate it to what I do, and on this program, we talk about a million things. This is like any other, not like any other program you've ever heard. We delve into areas that are there really is no explanation for it. I can't put it into words. You're just going to have to listen to the program, not just this one, but the one we do on a regular basis, and you'll begin to get the idea. We don't bore in. We're not like other talk shows. We don't bore in only on politics or anything else. We do whatever comes up on any given night. And occasionally, we'll be in the political arena or we'll be talking about something very terrestrial. And somebody will push my button. Now, in latter years, I've tried to let it happen less and less, but my button can be pushed. And there have been over the years a few times, mind you, a few times when I have virtually lost it. I mean, I have become red-faced, heart-pounding, totally out of it, angry, and just totally blew up on the air. It does not happen very frequently, but it has occurred. Now, let me tell you, when that does occur, folks, as this lady just said, in my opinion, these are very, very vulnerable moments. And it's possible that if there is something close, something waiting for you, you are vulnerable. And it could take you in an instant. You don't believe it? That's fine. Just heed my warning. You're listening to Ghost AM. From the great American Southwest and the high desert, I'm Art Bell. We'll be right back. From the great American Southwest, I bid you good morning. This is Ghost AM. A lot of new radio stations joining us this morning. WJR Detroit, WHAM Rochester, New York. Both of them monsters covering large segments of the entire country. Also, WFMD, Frederick, Maryland, touching parts of Baltimore and Washington, D.C. As well, WTAD, Quincy, Illinois. Welcome to all of you. Welcome to, well, I don't know. There never is a norm on this show, but if there is, this is not it. We're telling ghost stories. Tonight, maybe tomorrow night. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We've had some buttes already. If you're just joining us, sorry, you've missed some buttes. We'll get back to it all in just a moment. Now, you know I love bringing you new junk. Oh, well, I shouldn't call it junk, should I? My wife calls it junk. She calls everything I like junk. Radios, I love them. She calls them junk. New stuff, how about that? Select Comfort is new stuff. It is a bed as no other. It has no springs. It has no sloshing water. It has only air pockets inside of it. And they will either get stiffer or slacken at your electronic command. Got a little electronic control over on your side of the bed, so does she. And you can adjust this bed to make it any way you want on any given night. So you wake up in the morning without aches, pains, and hurts. Now, we don't expect you to buy the bed. sight unseen. Actually, from the outside, looks like any other bed in the world. Inside, vive la différence. Because that's still okay to say in all parts of Canada, huh? Now look, we'll send you a videotape, and it will show you all about this bed. Then and only then, if you decide you want to buy it, you get a 90-day exclusive in-home or night trial, whatever, risk-free. Another way with the look, they won't be able to text. If they came to take that bed back from you, you'd guard it with a shotgun. Believe me, the number to call for Select Comfort for the videotape, which is free, is 1-800-448-5700. That's 1-800-448-5700. In a moment, more Ghost to Ghost AM. The secret of making money is the right time. Now is the time to call the number I'm about to give you. Vice President Albert Gore said one thing just right, quote, "Make no mistake about it. The telecommunications industry is by all odds the most important lucrative marketplace of the 21st century," end quote. Act now. Discover how a minimum $7,700 participation in telecommunications right now could bring back to you $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 and more, plus a yearly income for the rest of your life. And yes, it can be part of your IRA or retirement plan. For complete details and a free video cassette, call them now, toll-free, 1-800-444-1049. Ensure your financial future. Take action now, 24 hours a day. That means now. 1-800-444-1049. For a free investor's report and a video, call 1-800-444-1049. This is from a retired Navy fellow. Art, you had a show about airplane ghosts. Well, here's one about ship ghosts. I am retired, U.S. Coast Guard. I served on the icebreaker Glacier with a ghost. I saw him only one time. I was asleep in my stateroom when I heard a knock at the door. The door opened, and a sailor, that's in quotes, leaned in and said, "Mr. Blank, you're needed in B1 engineering room. One of the mains is making bad noises, and the watch needs you." Got to the engine room fast as I could. The door opened as I got there, and one of the sailors said, "I was just coming to get you." I told him I came as soon as I was called. His reply was, "Huh? This just happened, and I was just coming to get you." Another time, I saw the hatch to the emergency diesel generator room close, and the lock wheel spin and lock. On entering the compartment, there was no one there. It's a small area with no place for anyone human to hide. The third time the ghost made himself known was to a woman who worked for the district office. She was updating blueprints while we were moored in Long Beach. Suddenly, it burst into the mess hall, so scared she was shaking. She told us she had seen a translucent, transparent sailor walk out of a bulkhead of the passageway, glare at her, continue on down the hall. She never came back on that ship. Jim, U.S. Coast Guard, retired, Shelton, Washington. Thank you, Jim. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Welcome.
Hi, Art. This is Jamie calling from Houston, Texas.
How you doing, Jamie?
I'm just fine. I'm a first-time caller, and I want to say that I personally never seen a ghost, but the story I wanted to tell you has been in the family over 90 years, so I thought I might tell you. It's coming from 3 generations.
You might tell me.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, my grandmother used to tell me, but her grandmother told her when she was a girl, her uncle, her mother's brother, his wife died after they had had a new baby, and he had a little girl that was 6 years old, and then they had a new baby. Well, when he would get the little girl and the baby bedded down at night, you know, there were no electric lights. It was just old shacks in South Carolina. He would go out late at night, you know, for a couple of hours, you know, but he would leave a fire burning in the fireplace.
Sure.
Well, one night he went out and he didn't come back. He stayed out a little late, and the baby started to cry. And the little girl, being 6 years old, she was afraid because the fire was burning out. She was afraid to get up. So after a while, the baby cried and cried. After a while, she heard this thump, and then something came down the fireplace. So the girl said it looked like a big bird, and the bird stood right in front of the fireplace. And it started fanning its wings, and the fire just rose up. And she could hear a voice saying, "Get up and give Mama's baby some water." She couldn't see the face of the bird. She could only see the back, but she knew that was her mother's voice. So she walked around the bird and got the baby some water. When the baby was back down, the bird went back up into the fireplace just like it came, and the fire burnt real high all night long. And the little girl was telling her father about this big bird that came down the fireplace and told her to get up and give Mama's baby some water. So when he told his mother, which is my grandmother's grandmother, my grandmother's 85 now, she told him never leave the children alone anymore. But it was just amazing how something good, I guess we could call it a ghost or whatever, but the mother just wanted her to get a baby some water, little girl like that.
Well, I suspect in the spirit world there is good and there's evil.
Sure. And I just thought I wanted to share that with you because that's not evil. It was a good thing.
I appreciate it.
And my grandmother handed it down, and I suppose when my son gets old and has grandchildren, I'll hand it down to him. But thank you, Art, for having me. I'm listening to you.
All right, I'm glad. Thank you. That's KTRH Houston. Now, I agree with that lady. There's good and there's evil. How many of you saw a movie called The Stand? Her bird story reminded me of this. In The Stand was a wonderful movie. The first hour of it is possibly some of the best I've ever seen. It kind of deteriorated, in my view, after that, the television version. But in The Stand, you may recall the large, black, evil bird. Well, I broadcast, for those of you who are just joining us, from my home, here in the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere, in a little town called Pahrump, Nevada. Laugh, if you will. At any rate, our town is famous for many things, but one of them is big black birds. And the movie they used, the bird they used for the movie, The Stand, came from right here in Pahrump. And those birds are all around me. So these are some of the biggest, but these birds are big enough to carry cats off. You don't mess with the birds out here. I don't know why they're so common to this area, but they're here. Big, big birds. Birds so big that if you can get near them and they begin to take off, their wingspan, as they begin to beat their wings to get their big bodies in the air, you can feel the draft. They are that big. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. How are you?
Okay. Where are you?
I'm in Reno right now.
Reno, KOH.
That's right. This story happened to me, I would say it was 91, 92. I don't remember the exact date. I was living in Guam.
Guam.
And I was at a friend's house, and he was on his way out of the door. I'd just shown up, and he's like, well, hey, look, I'm going to a rosary, which is really common out there. It's very, very Catholic, and it's kind of like the remembrance of their loved ones that have passed away.
Sure.
Like, look, I'm on the way to this rosary. How about this? Come with me. It'll keep it real short. We'll just stop in. We'll, say hello, blah, 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 whatever, pay our respects, and then we'll take off.
Right.
Well, we get there. Everything's kind of fine. Everybody's kind of just mellow, and it's mostly just the immediate family of this guy that had passed away.
Yes.
And it was a guy that he went to school, my friend had went to school with.
Mm.
And so we're standing there, and the guy that died's little sister came in. She was about maybe 4 or 5 years old, crying. She comes running from down the hall, and I don't remember the dead guy's name, but I'll just say David. She was crying, and her mother's like, "What's the matter, hon?" And she's like, "Well, David's here." And she was like, "I don't want to hear that. Just kind of calm down." She's like, "Mommy, David's here. He's here." And the grandmother said, "Look, just, your mother doesn't need this right now."
Sure.
And so everything was fine for about 15 minutes. Next thing you know, she's standing there. She says, "Look, there he is." And we all just kind of stopped, and we're all looking down the hall, and there's nothing. And she's like, "Can't you see him?"
were like, no. And the grandmother by this time is getting a little irate, and the mother's pretty much crying pretty profusely, I guess. And it wasn't a really good scene at this time.
I got you.
So everything kind of chilled out a while, and I'd say about 5 minutes passed. She walks down the hall, comes back, and she's just saying, look, David wants us in his room now. And, just to kind of humor her, I guess, the grandmother told my friend to go in the room with her.
Sure.
And also, her older brother, the one that was older than the one that had died. So I just followed, because, I don't know, it's kind of like one of those little horror movies, I guess. You want to know what's going on. So I followed him into the room, and she's like pointing to these I guess they're cupboards or whatever, but they're kind of like sliding doors above the bed, and they're about 6 feet up in the air. And she's like, he wants us to open those. So my friend goes over to open it, and he can't make it budge. He cannot make this little door to this cupboard slide over. So he asked me to help him, and I get up there, and I'm not a little guy. I'm about 200 pounds and about 6 foot.
Right.
And I was budging and just pulling and pushing, and we tried everything to get this open. There's 2 of us, and we couldn't do it. And, I'm starting to get a little, not really upset, but just aggravated.
Sure.
And she's, starting to cry again, saying, do it, do it, do it. And so the mother walks in, and she's like, calm down, calm down. Well, she said, and then the little girl said, no, he wants me to open it. So my friend picked her up, and she slid it open with not even a budge. It was just like she could have used her pinky.
Yeah.
And in there were a bunch of personal artifacts and pictures. And the first thing that they pulled out was a letter that he had written to his little sister in case something had ever happened to her.
Oh my God.
And it was the scariest thing. I mean, yeah.
Well, I listen, thank you very much for the story. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. That, though, is typical. And there are 2 things I would take from that. One, again, a person who has died coming back to give a message that must be given. Something that must be released from that spirit before it is released. But the other aspect of that story that I find intriguing is that I believe that little children, have more of an ability to see, experience, or touch the other side than we do. Now, I wouldn't pretend to be able to tell you why, and there are adult sensitives, certainly, who have either maintained or nurtured that ability to see or reach or talk to the other side. But children in their innocence, I think, have something that the rest of us begin to lose as we get older. Because of the noise of society, the noise level, the signal to noise level, if you will. It was a deep thing that is either in all of us, or was once in all of us, or is still in all of us, that fades. But, in children, it has not yet faded. So children have a unique kind of sensory ability the rest of us do not have. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
How you doing, Art?
Okay, where are you?
I'm in Canton, Michigan, which is just west of Detroit.
Excellent. WJR, I bet.
You betcha.
All right.
I just want to tell you about a really scary ghost story that involves my brother. This was back in 1983, October 7th.
Yes, sir.
And,
You remember the date that well, huh?
well, I sure do, because I was on the road. I was playing with a band in Saginaw, Michigan.
Ah, yeah.
Playing at the Fort Dean Hotel. And I finished the job about 2:30 in the morning, and I went up and I had a couple of beers, and I laid down, and all of a sudden, I woke up and I was at the top of the stairs. We were staying on the 2nd floor of the hotel. And all of a sudden I felt a arm around me, and it was like I heard a, hey, brother, go back to your room. You got to go to sleep.
Hmm.
Well, all of a sudden the next night, I got a call from my mother that my brother had committed suicide and he had died 2 days earlier on the 6th.
Oh boy. Any other visits, or was that it?
No, he visited me for about the next week and a half.
He did,
Yes.
and talked with you.
It was like I could feel a cold stare over me.
A presence.
Yes.
Not unusual. Again, really typical.
It was very strange.
People pass, and yet, for some reason, they don't quite pass. They're not quite ready. And I guess that was the case with your brother. Now, I'm curious. Were you comforted by that or frightened by it?
I was comforted very much.
Did it change you?
Yeah, I think it did.
I mean, does it tell you there is an afterlife?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Yeah. I sure do appreciate your story and your call. Thank you. That is what it's all about. The search. Now, how are we to know there really is another side? Well, he knows. Other people who have experienced things like that, they know. And I may know something, but I don't want to talk about it. I'll let you do the talking. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Well, how art thou, Grandmaster of all Nye County?
Well, thou art fine if you would turn your radio off.
Okay, I sure did. Sorry about that, Art.
Sorry. Where are you?
I'm calling from Fresno, California. I'm on KMJ 580.
That's the one.
You got it. I want to say one thing. I really enjoy your show, and I enjoy Dreamland immensely.
Thank you. It is a different kind of program.
No, it certainly is. I think I have nightmares about every Sunday night. Well, anyway, if I may relate a story to your audience friend, I don't know if it's necessarily a ghost story, but I always thought it was spooky, and I always think of it from time to time, and I tell people. Well, one Saturday morning, it was back in 1988. It was 2 weeks before I was going to go out of town. That's how I remember. I started to wake up on a Saturday morning. All of a sudden, this blue light shined. It was like a blue light shine inside of my head.
Inside, wait a minute. Inside of your head?
Yeah, it's like a TV. All of a sudden, like a TV or an image flickers inside of my head.
Okay.
And then from here, get a load of this. I saw it as like these people, like in a large or a fairly good-sized underground cavern or hallway or room. And it was this swath. They were bathed in blue light. There was 4 of them. They were tall. They had like jeweled masks on and robes. And I had the feeling that the ones in the black were women, and their hair was like kind of longish and black. And then the men had gray robes, and their skin was like white, like Mickey Mouse. And it lasted for about 30 seconds. And then from time to time, I think of it made it symbolic of something or what. But I'll tell you, I was sure startled, but I think subsequently I've told people about it, and they said, well, maybe there's a symbol there. Or
What would you call that? A vision?
I don't know, but for a moment, since then, I haven't had something like this. But ironically, I'd been thinking that before I went to sleep, how we can possibly communicate with our ancestors psychically. And I don't know if it's
Why do you think they were your ancestors?
Well, I mean, I got to thinking about that subject by coincidental. I don't think that they are, but I got the feeling they're from overseas. I don't know if that's of any
Maybe, all right. Thank you very much. Maybe what happened is you just sort of crossed psychic paths for a few moments with somebody who was doing some kind of experiment somewhere else, or somebody else who was dabbling in areas they perhaps should not have been, and you were simply the receptor for that tampering. Now, that's an absolute stab in the dark for somebody who is simply a talk show host and listened to your story. I don't have the slightest idea what it was. But if you'd had a couple, it certainly would sober you up, wouldn't it? We'll be back. There'll be more. This is Ghost to Ghost AM. Actually, everybody, this is Ghost to Ghost AM. Good morning. I'm Art Bell. We're telling ghost stories tonight, maybe tomorrow night. Oh, and they're weird. Very weird. Take this one, for example, Art. As soon as you suggested we turn down the lights if we dare, the lights in my room dimmed by half. As I write this, they're still dim. I know from chasing mice around. Oh, that's weird. Really weird. This is the night for weird. Then this. Hi, Art. Great show. First off, in my 35 years, I have never encountered anything of a strange nature before. That is, until just recently. I'll let you decide if this is a ghost story or not. But I'm now convinced. I've been living at an apartment complex for about 2.5 years. I work nights, therefore I sleep in the day. Figures. I do too. After a few months after moving into my apartment, I'd be awakened from a sound sleep by the feeling that someone was in bed with me. It was as though someone was thrashing wildly about the bed. But when I looked at the bed, it was as empty as was the bedroom. This happened every day during the month of September and stopped after September 21st. I thought it was just a sleep disorder. Since it seemed to have disappeared, I soon forgot. Then, the following September, the same thing happened. And just as before, it stopped after the 21st. I went to my doctor. I discussed it with him, and he gave me some pills. Anyway, last month, it began again, and the pills did not work. As the 21st approached, the thrashing feeling would be more intense and last longer to the point where I could no longer get any sleep. Now, after 2 days of no sleep, I came home from work, and a neighbor who I've been having a passing acquaintance with noticed my haggard look. He asked me if I was sick. Told him that I wasn't getting much sleep lately. One thing led to another, and before I knew it, I told him of my strange tale, but I left out the thing about it only happening during the month of September. Now, this guy has lived at this complex for 15 years, and here's what he told me. Quote, I often wondered why no one stayed for very long in your unit. Now I think I know. Back in September of 1981, a young lady lived in your apartment, and later that month was found dead on her bed. The autopsy showed that she had been strangled and put up one hell of a fight. End quote. Now I believe the thrashing about my bed is the spirit of this lady. Another thing that's strange is that it only happens during the day, not the night. Therefore, I feel she must have died during the day. What do you think? What should I do? Jim in Phoenix, Arizona. Buddy, I wouldn't begin to try to tell you what to do. I don't know. More Ghost to Ghost AM in just a moment. I call it that. Normally, the name of the show, by the way, is Coast to Coast AM. But tonight, and maybe a bit of tomorrow night, it's Ghost to Ghost. Many of you health-conscious folks are familiar with antioxidants and their amazing health benefits. Now, vitamin C is probably the most famous of these. UCLA scientists found that antioxidant vitamin C can help avoid cancers, strokes, heart attacks, increase life expectancy an average of 5 years. Well, now, there are new antioxidants on the market. And listen, scientists say they are 20 times more powerful than vitamin C and 50 times the power of vitamin E, another antioxidant. They're called pycnogenols, the super antioxidants. You want to remember that if you're a health-conscious individual. Why? Well, according to Richard Passwater, PhD and authority in the field, you're being bombarded by something called free radicals, toxins, environmental and otherwise, that break down cells, damage tissue, cause you to age faster, develop stiff joints, and wrinkle sooner than you ought to. How can you fight these free radicals that bombard you every day? Antioxidants and pycnogenals are the most effective antioxidant you can buy today. To order this amazing new food supplement I'm taking, call the folks at Health Naturally at 1-800-856-1119. These pycnogenals are pharmaceutical grade, made from 95% pure grapeseed extract. It's the very purest on the market, giving you the most benefits. Call 1-800-856-1119. That's 1-800-856-1119. One other note, then it's back to the stories. It involves absolutely fresh flowers. This is a company in Southern California that sends only good spirits, emotions, love, feeling, caring. And they send them directly to you or to the person you want them to go to the next day. Here's the deal. It's a flower farm. They sell flowers to you minus the cost of getting them there at the wholesale rate. So when you call the flower farm, they actually go out, cut the flowers, pack them up in this big triangular box, and they go off next day by FedEx. So you call today, the flowers are delivered during the week tomorrow. Pretty good, huh? Or if you've got a birthday or anniversary coming up and you want to settle your mind now, you can call, and for $39.95, you get this incredible shipment of flowers and miniature carnations. Every color of the rainbow, you get a little card with your message, your name, flower, preservative, and delivery, all for $39.95. Try and beat that anywhere. The number to call 24 hours a day is 1-800-562-6438. Let me give that one more time. 1-800-562-6438. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning. Where are you calling from, please?
Houston, Alaska.
Houston, Alaska.
Right.
All right. Welcome to the show.
Thanks. My name's Linda.
Hi, Linda.
And let me tell you first that I was born on Friday the 13th. And this story that I'm going to tell you happened to me 35 years ago when I was 13.
Oh.
A place called Westfield, Massachusetts.
All right.
And at 13, I went to a public school there. And at 13, I had a crush on a boy that went to Catholic school. And I talked a couple of my friends in on a Monday night to go to see him after catechism got out.
Oh, yeah.
And we had a curfew time we had to be home. And we knew we were going to be late. So my friend, which was kitty corner to the church, was an old cemetery. And it had the wrought iron and the stone wall.
Oh.
As a child, I don't remember it ever being used, but it was an old cemetery. And it was pretty shut down. And my friend talked me into going through the cemetery to take a shortcut home. So I was always a tomboy and wasn't afraid of anything. So we took off through the cemetery running. And halfway through the cemetery...
Well, if you weren't afraid, then why were you running?
Well, we had a deadline to get home.
I've got you. All right.
Okay. We took off running through the cemetery. And halfway through the cemetery, I fell through the ground.
I beg your pardon?
I fell through the ground.
Through the ground. In other words,
Into a hole which I assumed was a
the
grave.
grave. All right.
And the dirt came in down around me.
Oh, boy.
And I was screaming. I had bugs that I assumed were termites. They had wings on them that I was covered with.
Oh, my God.
And at that time, as 13 years old, I was only about 5'1". I didn't know how I was going to get out of here. I remember screaming. And I felt something around my feet, a pressure, nothing, that was grabbing onto me, but some kind of pressure that lifted me up out of that dirt. And I was at a dead run, and I didn't stop until I got to the other side of the cemetery. And my friends were there, and I was covered with dirt, and I was covered with all these, which I assume probably were termite bugs that were all over me. And I never, to this day, have been in a cemetery I'm 48 years old, and I've never been back in the cemetery to this day.
I cannot say I blame you. That, to me, would be the end of me, dear, because I would have a heart attack right
That
on the
was very
spot.
scary.
Fortunately, your heart was young enough to take it, I guess.
Right.
Great story. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care, from Alaska. Oh, man. Can you imagine running across a cemetery in the dark, falling into a grave with bugs crawling all over you? I remember, you remember Poltergeist? I don't know, it's etched into my memory. Do you remember at the end when the graves began popping up and they fell into the pool? Do you remember that? And the skeletons and the sort of half fleshy, half non-fleshy things began popping up in the pool. I wouldn't make it through that. I wouldn't even begin to make it through that. I'd turn around in that mucky water and look at one of those flabbing flesh things, and I'd have my heart attack on the spot. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art.
Hello, where are you?
Austin, Texas.
Austin, welcome.
Yes, I'm calling about a story that if my family finds out I'm telling this, I'm going to be in big trouble. But it occurred in Louisiana about 100 years ago, and it's still occurring to this day. It's a 100-year-old ghost story that occurred originally in Coshada, Louisiana. And I had an aunt and uncle that lived 100 years ago, several generations removed, and they were recently married. And my aunt died shortly after the marriage, and the uncle was completely devastated. And when he was going to bury his wife, she was in her 20s. They hadn't been married for a year. He had the coffin ordered from New Orleans. He wanted a special coffin. He wanted a glass coffin, and he wanted her buried in Metairie Cemetery in New Orleans.
Metairie.
And he was told that it would take 6 months for the coffin to be ordered, and so he waited for the coffin to come up to Shreveport, up to his area, and he would keep the corpse upstairs in his house in the bedroom, and according to the servants at the house, he would kiss the corpse every night before he would go to bed. The servant said that he would order them to take the corpse out every day and air the corpse out at T-Cero, and for 6 months. And he had a Ouija board, as you were talking about earlier. A Ouija board. The servant said he would talk to the corpse every night and have conversations. And apparently this was a jealous ghost. And the servants were horrified. They would not clean this room. They said that candles wouldn't light when they went up there. There was cold air. The candles would blow out. They could hear low-level whispers, and they said objects would fall from the room. And at night, they would, after a while, after a certain point, they would hear conversations between my uncle and
The
some other
corpse.
voice.
Some other voice. The corpse, I presume. Oh, my.
And so, as I say, no one would go into this room for many years. Eventually, the glass coffin did arrive. They did bury her in Metairie Cemetery in New Orleans. She's still there to this day in a crypt. And
Did that end it?
no, because up until the 1970s, all of my relatives who would go to visit this house would not visit that room. They still said that cold area was still there. They could still feel the presence. I remember going there as a child with my aunt. My aunt had shaky legs. She wouldn't even walk up the stairs. They could hear the squeaky wheels of the wheelbarrow at night, of the wheelbarrow that was supposed to air out the corpse. They could still hear that in the 1960s and 70s. And there was a portrait that they couldn't photograph.
Is this something that your family will not talk about?
It's not something that they're proud of. There is but it is something that everyone knows about. And there is a certain member in the family who is a keeper of the key to the crypt, who does have a key to the.
Would you go in there?
Yeah, I guess I would. Just out of curiosity, because it's been something I've heard about all my life, and I'm curious about it.
All right. Well, I listen, I very much appreciate your call, but there's no way that I would. There's no way. Absolutely no way. Now, you tell me, you explain to me, but that man is just like the women in the low-cut dresses who, the moment you hear the bump and the grind in the basement, immediately do what? They go down the stairs to the basement, the one place where you know they ought not go. Everybody knows evil things lurk in dark basements, but they go straight down there and see if that fellow had the key. Where would he go? He'd go look at the body. I know he would. I wouldn't. Would you? Listen, I want to, God, that was weird. I want to tell you two things. One, if you would like a copy, and we have over 2 more hours of this program yet to do. This is one program that we make available to the audience. If you would like a copy of the program you are listening to right now, you can call 1-800-917-4278. Let me give you that number again, because I know a lot of you are going to want it. It's 1-800-917-4278, and it is good now, 24 hours a day. It is the Ghost to Ghost Halloween show. One other little item. We know we're going on in a whole bunch of new affiliate areas this morning. Love to hear from you by fax. We do have a 24-hour-a-day fax service, which sounds pretty fancy. It's really just fax a machine in my living room. The number is area code 702-727-8499. Let me give that to you again. I'd love to hear from somebody in New York confirming we're on way back in New York, Rochester. Area code 702-727-8499. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Well, hello, Art.
Hello.
Scott from Graham, Washington.
Hello, Scott.
And this is something that happened over on the west side of the Olympic Mountains.
Yes, sir.
And it's up the Queets River. Anyway, we were, there was 4 of us, and we had 2 pickup trucks and 1 camper on 1 truck. And we went up to this beautiful spot with a river, and on the other side of the river is a cliff with these just huge boulders, probably 5 to 1,000-pound boulders. Just huge.
Big rocks.
Big rocks. And so we got up there, and it was dusk, and when it's dark up there, I mean, it is dark. I mean, you can't even see your hand in front of your face.
Understood.
And so we decided to sit all in one camper and have a good old poker game.
Mm-hmm.
So we were all sitting around playing poker, and it was about 1:30 a.m. And we heard some splashes in the river, and we heard some grunts.
Grunts.
Yeah, just kind of huge grunts. So we figured it was probably a bear out there having fun in the river, you know.
Don't like grunt.
Yeah, and so after a while, the grunts seemed to get louder, and we heard like big rocks hitting each other. You know how you can hear the crack of rock?
Of course.
And after a while, these rocks seemed to get closer and closer to our camper. And you could feel the rocks hit the ground outside to kind of a big thud. And I'm telling you, we all looked at each other and we said, nobody's going outside. I mean, we were armed to the teeth, but we were scared to death.
I wouldn't. You mean like those gigantic rocks, coming out of the air and hitting the ground like that?
Yes. It's just like somebody was over there throwing these huge rocks.
Uh-huh.
And then, I wanted to call you last week about the Sasquatch sound because you wouldn't believe this. I mean, the hair on the back of our necks was standing up. It's standing up now.
Was it like the sound I've got?
It was close, but not really. I mean,
we're closer to the first one that Linda Howe sent or the second one?
The second one.
That
And
you mean that
sounds-
that absolutely horrible, it was I don't know what I would call that. I would call that It almost sounds human. To me, it sounded like a man in horrible, horrible agony. That's the only way I can think to put it. Is that about the way it sounded?
Oh, you wouldn't believe it, Art. It was just about like that, and it was echoing up and down the river, and it was terrible. We were terrified, and these rocks were, you could almost hear them whistling through the air, and they were crashing on the other side of our camper. They were hitting in the water, and the cracking of the rock, and this went on, Art, for 3 hours. And
What do you guys do? You just sit there and sort of shake at the table, or what?
we're on the floor of the camper. We just couldn't move. We didn't know if one of these rocks were going to hit us.
Oh, now you see, that sounds realistic to me. That's where I'd be, floor of the camper. You betcha.
And we were armed to the teeth. Let me tell you, I was ready for anything. And this went on for 3 hours, and it was about like 4:30 in the morning, and the sun started coming up, and we're all looking at each other, going, "Thank God," especially because I had to go to the bathroom. But anyway. And so we finally had enough nerve to go outside the door because the crashing and everything had stopped like about an hour before the sun came up.
See, I would have waited too, for the crashing to stop and for the sun to come up. Okay, sounds good so far.
Okay, so we decided we'd go outside. And finally we opened up the door and we all got out, and I said, "You guys get out here, you got to see this." And the other truck was just fine, but around our truck and the camper were these huge boulders in a circle around the camper.
Oh my God. What, I presume to this day you have no idea what it was.
No, but it had to be something
Awfully big.
because it took us pushing with one truck and pulling with another to get him far enough out of the way so we could get the truck and the camper out.
That's an incredible story. Do you swear that's true?
Oh, yeah. This happened in 1975 because it's when I got out of the service, and all four of us got together because we used to go on camping trips when we were in high school. And when we get together, I mean, this is something we always
talk about. I can imagine you would. Well, that one is almost a topper. What an absolutely incredible story there. And so that's where it ended. You hauled the rocks away, and that was it.
Yeah, we pushed them out of the way, and we got out of there. And I have never been up there again.
I can't blame you. Thank you.
Not go.
Thank you very much for the story. Thank you,
Thanks,
sir.
Greg.
Take care. Something that big with those kinds of rocks. No, thank you. Art Bell. Good morning. It's Halloween all across America, and we are doing what we do every Halloween. We're doing ghost to ghost. If you've got a good ghost story, we're here for you. But first, something that somebody should have thought of long, long, long ago. Loprina. You know what that is? It's aspirin. Well, that's not magic. Aspirin's been around but wait a minute. You don't have to take Loprina, in fact, you shouldn't, by mouth. It's not even in tablet form. This is spray-on aspirin. Now, you say, well, what do you mean spray-on? Well, aspirin, normally you take pills, right? You digest it. Digestive tract 101, we talked about that. Gets into your bloodstream, and you have pain relief. Takes a long time, and is not very specific. Loprina, just like a nicotine patch that you put on your arm, puts nicotine into your bloodstream. Loprina, you spray on your skin. Say you got a sore knee, sore shoulder, you spray it directly on the area where you want the miracle. Ladies and gentlemen, aspirin does not need to be taken orally. It can be sprayed on. That's what Loprina is. The people who use it on one of them say it is damn near miraculous. It is. Call them. If you want Loprina, call them. It is Health Naturally that sells it, naturally. And the number is 1-800-308-4565. That's 1-800-308-4565. And if you ask them, they will tell you a way to get Loprina at a very low rate indeed. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning. No, I think we just missed that person. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yes. I have a ghost story for you.
All right.
I was,
All ears. Where are you?
I'm in Pasco, Washington.
Okay.
I was camping earlier this summer with a friend up in the mountains. There was actually 3 of us. We went up.
Another camping story. Did you hear the last one?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, not that bizarre, actually. We're up in the mountains, probably 20 miles from the nearest town and 10 miles from the nearest person. Yeah. Way out on a logging road up on a clear cut. Someplace we used to go, just for the weekend or something where nobody would be around. And
Sure.
we're up there, and me and this girl went walking down the road, and my friend was sitting up by the campfire, and we come back 10, 15 minutes later, and he's in the car hiding. Oh, he's probably got tired and went to sleep. He gets out of the car and goes, "Who is the guy that just came by?" And I looked at him and said, "Get real, man. We're 10 miles from the nearest person. Who the heck could come up here?"
Right.
He said, "Some guy in a black robe comes by, looks at him and says, 'This isn't right.' It just walks off."
Oh. Meaning, he thought, what? This isn't right that you are here?
That's what neither one of us could understand, because he'd never been there before. In the road that I was on, they had clear cut it in another direction, so the road was almost grown over, and I remembered where it was. It was one of the roads that trees had now come up in the middle of.
Right.
And we had no idea what the heck he was talking about. And he just kept going on. Somebody came by and said, "This isn't right." And he just kept going on and on. So finally we just left because she was just going ecstatic about it.
That's weird, all right. That's very weird. And so you just never found out anything more about this?
Every time I talk to the guy, he still goes on about this. He still thinks I had somebody up there with us. But where we were, it was impossible for anybody to have found us. I mean, it's one of those places, if you were to get hurt or something, nobody would find you.
Well, I guess that's one of those things you're going to have to wonder about your whole life, huh?
Apparently. I have another quick one, if you don't mind.
Very quickly, yes.
I worked in a plant up in a little city up north of here called Lake Stevens. Actually, it's on the other side of the mountains from us.
Right.
And I was in working one night. It was a pretzel log plant, and it was very noisy, so you wear earplugs. And all of a sudden, I heard somebody call my voice. There was only 2 of us that worked in the plant, so I figured it was the other guy, and he was out on the forklift outside. So I went outside, and as I'm going out, he's coming in and said, "What did you want?" There was nobody around. He said the plant had been doing it ever since they had built the plant. It's done that. One person will hear somebody call the name, and the other person will come in as the other person's going to look for the other one. But nobody could figure it out.
Well, it's just, it's in line. Thank you very much for the story. It's exactly the kind of thing we're talking about. Art, my father died of cancer in the summer of 1992. Now, I'm in the Navy, was stationed in Maryland at the time. I knew he was ill, but the cancer spread to his spine unexpectedly and caused him to become incapacitated literally overnight. My wife and I had to travel to the hospital in Florida. He was so incoherent by then that I never got a chance to speak to him one last time. He died a few days after our arrival, moments before we got to the hospital on that particular day. After paying my respects and comforting my mom, my wife and I left the hospital. We entered an elevator that was going down to the lower parking area. Suddenly, the elevator began going up and stopped on the next floor. The door opened, but there was no one in sight. Also, there were no stairs that anyone could have exited by. The doors began to close and then opened abruptly as if someone were blocking the entrance. This happened several times until my wife finally said, "Okay, Preston, knock it off." The doors closed. The elevator took us to our desired floor. I feel this was simply an attempt by my father to let me know that he was there, that he was okay. Just thought you'd enjoy the story. Thanks. James in Honolulu, Hawaii. There you are. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
How you doing, Art?
Okay.
I've been trying to get a hold of you all night.
Where are you?
I'm in Colorado, Missouri, listening on KZIM.
Oh, that's right. You're on a portable phone, too, aren't you?
Cordless phone, yeah.
Yep. Do you have a regular one?
No, I don't.
You don't. All right. Well, we'll put up with it. Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to story that's really gonna scare you and kind of scare me whenever I think about it. But I used to be in the Air Force, and I was stationed at Epi Warren Air Force Base in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Right.
And it's a really haunted base. If anybody knows about that base, they know what I'm talking about.
Haunted in what way?
Well, it used to be an old cavalry base, and there's been a lot of murders, a lot of cavalry murders, Indian murders, suicides, just stuff like that in the dormitories, and it's just a really haunted base. I mean, there's ghosts of dogs in the dorm that I used to live in.
Really?
Yeah, it was really scary, but I've run through some really rough times, and I just moved back into the dormitory, and I would every once in a while see this like dark cloud, but like kind of like a gas cloud above my bed or down the hall. And then whenever I would look at it directly, it wouldn't be there anymore. And then I'd be getting dressed and taking care of my uniform, looking in the mirror and everything, and out of the corner of my eye I'd see this face and these hands peeking at me around a cork. And I'd look and nothing would be there. And the face was all black and had blue, kind of bluish eyes.
That.
I mean, dark blue, like a navy blue.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, it was really scary. And then one night, I was missing home really bad, and I thought, well, my mom.
All right, sir, your phone is breaking up.
Okay, can you hear me better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Quit moving around.
All right, my mother is into the New Age stuff.
Yep.
She was telling me about a lot of the stuff she used to do, and I tried it once. I tried to go back home. She called it like astral projection. And I tried that. I didn't know how to do it, but I was laying down on my bed and I was concentrating as hard as I could on home, and I felt myself sit up. But when I looked, I could feel my body laying down, and I could see right through my legs. I could see through everything.
Ooh, that's weird.
Yeah, and then a friend of mine, I saw a friend of mine come to the door and say, "Hey, Spence, get up. Are you coming with us?" And at that moment, it felt like I was sucked down into my body. And it scared me so bad I never tried it again.
I don't blame you. Thank you very much for the call. It was a terrible phone, but a good story. And I also believe that projection from the body, what he called astral projection, is possible. That if we, kind of like in some of the movies that I've seen, Somewhere in Time particularly, our mind is capable of many, many things, including possibly time travel and out-of-body travel. I'm not an expert. I simply listen to the stories. On our first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello there?
Hello, Art.
Yes,
Oh, my name is Samantha.
Samantha. That's a good Halloween name.
Yeah, I know.
Where are you?
I'm in Las Vegas.
Oh, wonderful. KVEG,
KVEG.
the big 840.
I love it.
Excellent.
Yes. Well, I just thought I'd tell you a few flower stories about my mother. She, one time I was talking to her. She died in 1982.
I'm sorry.
And, she was talking to me about 1976 and on the phone. And she said, all of a sudden she's like, smell flowers. You know, she was very strong, like stock or carnation. And she was, that's the flower my sister Edith likes.
Yes.
And about an hour later, she got a call that Edith had died.
Huh.
Then, when my mother died, I, of course, got the flowers, and I've been getting them, every year or so. It's like a bubble around your head. And if you walk away from it, you don't smell it. And you walk back to where you were, you smell it.
So it's in place, and you have to walk into it, literally.
Yes. Or I'll be sitting on the couch, reading or something, and all of a sudden it'll come around my head. And it's like a bubble. And it's sweet peas with my mother, because that was her flower. And if I walk away from it, it's gone. I go back, and it's there, and it'll last about 5 minutes.
Huh.
This has happened to 2 of my sons,
Energy.
usually in doorways.
Uh-huh.
And you know, there's no flowers in the house, no perfume or anything. And you'll walk out of the doorway. My son would say, "What's that smell?" And I said, "Well, walk back in the doorway and you'll find it again."
Huh.
And it's just her little visitation.
Well, I believe you. I surely do believe you, and I thank you for the call, and I'll tell you something. I've heard many stories that involve spirits of people and flowers. Flowers that have lived as long as a person lives, and flowers that have been healthy and thriving, and then the moment somebody dies, the flower, the bush, the tree dies. Is there some kind of sympathetic reaction? I don't know what you'd call it, but I have heard many, many such stories. In a world gone crazy, it's kind of nice to be able to relax, especially on a night like this. Put on some music and let it all go. That's what Higher Octave and their music does for me. And believe me, it'll do it for you too. Right now, you're listening to Craig Shakiso's album, Acoustic Highway. But we've got a special for you. Craig Shakiso, Neil Sean, and of course, Shaheen and Saper. It's just laid back, come get me kind of music. And these are pros. Craig, former lead guitarist with Jefferson Starship, 13 Golden Platinum albums, a Golden Globe Award, a Grammy, an Oscar nomination, not a lightweight. Remember the great prices they offered on the Cusco music? Well, listen to this. You get 3 terrific CDs for $39.95. Or if you'll settle for cassettes, $27.95 will get them on the way to you. And you're ordering directly from the music label itself, Higher Octave. The number to call, 1-800-562-8283. Mention my name, Art Bell. Give them a call, 1-800-562-8283. Higher Octave, the name for 21st century music. Hey, you don't have to put up with it. I know a lot of you do, but you don't have to. What am I talking about? Hard water. Hard water spots on glassware, windows in your car. That crusty ring in your toilet bowl. Hard to remove soap film on shower doors. Frozen valves on faucets. Hard scale buildup in your water heater costing you extra money, about $275 a year, just to heat the water. Well, I don't have those problems. I've got GMX water conditioning in my home for over a year now. 3 small units, easy to install, no maintenance, no electricity, no salt. That's right, no salt, no back flushing. Using magnetic technology, GMX conditions the water, eliminates hard water buildup, yet allows your water to maintain its healthy minerals, making it great to drink and wonderful for plants. How can you go wrong? For $600, you can treat your entire home, and the units come with an unconditional 90-day money-back guarantee and a lifetime warranty. You've got nothing to lose except that ugly white stuff. Call the folks at 1-800-4060-GMX. By the way, they're celebrating their 2nd year on the Art Bell program, so if you order now, they'll send you a copy of my new book absolutely free. Call 1-800-4060-GMX. Order today. That's 1-800-4060-GMX anytime, day or night. Little caveat there. The first printing of the book is sold out. They will indeed honor that, however. And the moment the second printing, which is underway right now, is available, your book will be on the way. First, let us go east of the Rockies. You're on the air. Hello.
Hey, wanted to get in a plug for satellite too, because if it weren't for satellite, I wouldn't be able to hear you right now.
You're in where? Where are you?
Gainesville, Georgia.
Gainesville, Georgia.
WBUN.
Oh,
At
yeah.
leadership at 5 a.m. Eastern.
Well, that's when I guess they begin their morning show.
Yes, it is, and I'd much rather listen to you.
Well, that's very kind. Yeah, we're on. I should tell people that. I guess we're on F1 satellite to F1.
Oh, well, they changed it back to C1 now.
C1 F1, a satellite band, any other name, and transponder number 5, and 5.8 audio. So there you are, everybody. So we're glad you have still got us. Do you have a story?
Yes, I do. In fact, I'm not sure just where to start, because the situation started with Ouija board, as you were talking about earlier. But the part I want to tell you about most occurred further on down, so I'll skip that.
All right.
I my freshman year at a small southern college, and ran into a guy in the student center who started talking about witchcraft.
Yeah.
And was telling us stuff and claimed to be a black witch and had me, curious. And there were 3 others that were with us, that were with me a lot, that we were talking to him about it. And one day he wanted us to go with him that night to a black mass. And I was brought Protestant. Wasn't sure what mass was. And my best friend, my roommate, had a test scheduled the next day, so she said she wasn't going to go. She had to study and had to get some sleep.
Well, the key word, of course, was black. There are masses and masses.
Yeah, yes. And and I don't know that I really believed that he was a witch. I thought that a lot of it, he was just, trying to take advantage of gullible freshmen. And,
So there was a curiosity factor.
yeah. And so we decided we were going to go. And this was back during the time when the dorms were locked at 11 o'clock and the women were not allowed to be out of the dorms. And, back in the dark ages. And so I chickened out at the last minute and decided I wasn't going to go because if I'd gotten, called out of the dorm, I could have been expelled and I'd worked too hard to get to college to take the risk.
Right.
And so we had planned to leave by different doors and meet outside, and I didn't go. And I felt really bad. I felt like I was being punished for something I hadn't done because I wasn't able to participate. During the night, so maybe 5 a.m., I'm not sure exactly, the fire alarm went off in the building. And it was an old building, and this happened periodically. And I wondered if maybe my friends had caused the alarm, somebody to set off the alarm for them to help cover getting back in.
Sure.
The next morning. So I, threw on my raincoat. We always kept a raincoat and shoes handy because the alarm went off so frequently. And headed out the front door. I was watching for them as I went out, and I saw them coming back in. And they were ahead of me, and I tried to, push through the crowd and catch up to them. And as they had gotten on the elevator, and just before the elevator closed, I got close enough to see them, and they were looking, facing forward, and they were white as a sheet. They looked like, some of the shock victims that you see sometimes on Red Cross disaster films.
Yeah.
Walking around.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what was going on. And so it was an old elevator and it moved slow. So I went running on up the steps because I figured I could beat it up the 3rd floor where their room was and, catch them as they got off.
Yeah.
Got started and when I was about halfway up and I heard the alarm go off in the elevator. It had stalled between floors.
Oh, boy.
And what had happened, I found out later, is they had packed like 15 people, just tight as they could pack them in there before the doors closed, and the capacity of the elevator was around 8,000 pounds or something. 800 pounds. It was just a small elevator, and they just had really overloaded it, almost double.
Okay, we're almost out of time, so quickly, what happened?
Well, bottom line, a lot more. The bottom line was I don't know where to go from this. When they finally got them, it took like 3 hours to get everybody out of the elevator. And my 2 friends were both in shock and were sedated. And their parents picked them up that day and took them home. And I didn't see them again. But there was a guy that disappeared that night also that we found out later. It took a few days. And the guy that I'd been talking to in the student center told me that he was going to turn up soon. And about 3 weeks later, we heard that his body had been found in the college lake. His throat had been cut, and it looked like his body had been drained of blood.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, look, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but that was pretty gory. A lot of bad stories seem to involve elevators, don't they? Good morning, everybody. Is this not a fabulous rendition? You know what this is, don't you? No? It's Painted Black by the Rolling Stones. It's the London Symphony. In case you were curious. Hello, Art. I just recently found you for the first time on KABC 790 in Los Angeles, and I'm very glad to have done so. Great shows, thanks to you and KABC. From the time I was about 7 years old to 15, I used to have a recurring dream, premonition. Maybe about once every couple of months. It would always end the same, with me sitting straight up in bed in cold sweats and scared so bad it's hard to describe. The dream always started with 2 guys in an old Jeep out in the desert, just cruising along. I can see the desert and the worn dirt road. I could feel the heat. I could hear the sounds as they're going down this old, totally deserted road. Everything's just fine. The Jeep begins to go up a long inclined hill. There are telephone poles along the left side of the road, and the road seems to be almost perfectly straight, stretching out behind, climbing with the slope in front. Up till here, everything's just fine. Then the Jeep crests the top of the hill, and I can never see anything that the two guys see. But what I do see is just their faces, just sheer terror. Not fear, but something worse. Last time I would see that Jeep turn on its right side off the road about 20 feet, looking like it had been there for a long time. When I was 15, I went to school with a friend down to Salton Sea in California, the desert. Second day we were there, he said he wanted to show me some old abandoned buildings, so we took off in his grandfather's Jeep out what was called Power Line Road. Well, we were about an hour from the house. The road began to climb upward, power lines on the left. All at once, all that fear from the dreams came back like a tidal wave, and I began to freak. I'm yelling at Steve to stop the Jeep or I'm going to jump out. I was not going over the crest of that hill, no way. At first, he thought I was messing with him, but he realized I meant it. He stopped, and I told him about the dreams. He kind of laughed at them. But we turned around and never, ever went down that road again. I never had the dream again. But the hair on the back of my neck is standing up now the way it did that day. Dan in Los Angeles. I believe you, Dan. Let me tell you about something that is the product of the year. It is called Real Talk. Now, Real Talk is just a good AM/FM digital radio. AM and FM. It covers everything you want covered. It's got a good front end, receives weak signals. It has got 10 memory presets. It's got a built-in microphone. It has a sleep timer, 90 minutes. It's got batteries, or you can plug it in. And then it's got one very, very important feature. It's got a cassette deck built in, and guess what? You can record up to 3 hours on one side of a 90-minute cassette. This is the talk radio person's radio and recorder. And you can set it to record when you want to. So you can record my program or Rush's or anybody else's. 3 hours on one side of a 90. Amazing. Hottest product of the year. Want one? They're $139.95, and that means getting into your door, shipping included. Here's the number. 1-800, you can call it 7:30 in the morning. 1-800-522-8863. 1-800-522-8863. The Sea Crane Company. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. Cameron in San Francisco, KSFO.
Hi, Cameron.
Well, I got a whole bunch of them, and I had to think about it, and I finally came up with the best one that I've experienced.
That's what I like.
Okay. Well, this one, did you ever see 2010?
Of course.
Well, you remember where that ghost is on the ship and he says that something's about to happen, something wonderful?
I do.
Well, this is that kind of story. All right. When I was about 20, I just became a father on accident, and I was sitting in a karaoke bar sulking. I wasn't drinking, but I was in the karaoke bar sulking, getting ready to sing, and my girlfriend walked in, and she's about 6 months pregnant, and I wasn't supposed to be out that night, and I just figured, I got all this youth inside me, and I kind of realized at that point, I was just...
So you were going to try to sing away your blues.
Yeah, kind of sing away my blues. Gonna try and sing all away. I just wanted to ignore, the fact that I guess it's time to grow up.
I hear you. I mean, it is very sobering when she walks in and you see the big belly and you realize...
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sitting there, and a few years before that, I made an oath, and this was a spiritual mistake on my part. I swore on my father's grave that I would quit smoking, and I'm sitting here in front of my computer with a cigarette right now.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm sitting in that bar, and then I got this strange feeling, right, that somebody was standing behind me. You know, when you get that feeling like you're being watched? I'm sitting there, and I get this strange feeling I'm standing behind me, and since then I kind of think I got eyes in the back of my head, and I could almost make out this figure watching me.
I know that feeling.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Especially with all the phone calls you get, and who knows what might be standing behind you that comes through that phone lines, like that one witch said.
You're absolutely right. Yes. Don't remind me, please.
I won't. Well, at any rate, I'm standing there, and all of a sudden I feel these hands on my shoulder, and I just knew that it was my dad, and I could feel him standing there, putting his hands on my shoulder, going, "It's all right, son. You gotta grow up." And I could hear this little voice, and I swear to God, it was right through the music. I even remember the song was playing was White Rabbit, and I heard this voice say, "It's okay. It's just okay." And then I felt this light behind me, and he just left. And it kind of brought me, I've been listening to you talk about this God thing. How would God let himself be known? After that moment, I kind of think that we just know. If God was to come here, if we're these humans, we just know it was him. We wouldn't have to.
You wouldn't have to wonder, huh?
Yeah.
It's a good point.
Huh?
Yeah, I said it's a good point. That people would just know.
Yeah, we got it in us. But since that day, every time I look at my daughter, and right now I'm getting chills up my spine. I can see him in her eyes. I can see him. I don't know if it's, one of those reincarnation things, or if I don't know what it is, but I just get this eerie sense that every time I look in her eyes, there's somebody I've known for years in there. But I don't know. I just thought I'd tell you about that one because it's my favorite.
I appreciate it, sir. And I appreciate your call. Thank you. Of course I know what you mean. And to look into your daughter's eyes and to see him, well, that is one way we live on, isn't it? On the first-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I'm calling from Merced, KYOS.
Yes, indeed.
And mine's very short, and I don't know if it was a ghost or a real person, but I was up in the Santa Cruz Mountain in a Volkswagen in 1970s somewhere, and with my friend, and we were coming back from a place up in the Santa Cruz Mountain called the Chateau Liberté.
Yeah.
And anyway, we're coming down these mountains, and they're all curvy and everything, and as we came down,
By Route 17, wasn't it?
yeah, matter of fact.
I know the road.
All right, great. Well, then it's all rocky at some areas on the side with all it's all green and all that and trees but anyway, it's a 2-lane road, right? And we're coming along, and it's down one of the downhill ways, and there's this, we come in, and we're kind of talking, a couple girls, and we're talking, and there's this man lying in the road on our side of the road, and he's lying in the road and with his head on the white line, and he has on a suit that's like kind of checkered. It's not a normal suit, but it's a suit. Right. And we just notice it very quickly. It's a checkered suit, and he's just lying there, and we dodge him at the last moment, and that's all we ever saw of him. It was just a dodge of this man, but he was lying there, and he was smiling. He wasn't dead. He wasn't squished or anything. He was just lying in the road, and we looked back, and we didn't, you couldn't see in the dark, but he wasn't, there wasn't a grimace on his face or any pain or anything. He was just lying in the middle of the road.
Well, you lie on the white line long enough and you will be squished.
Well, absolutely. But there was like headlights way in the distance behind us, and they didn't make a slope or anything, so we didn't know. And one other really quick thing is, my mother grew up in the hills of Virginia, and she told me lots of stories. They had many sisters, and 7 sisters. Anyway, they were coming home one night, and their mother through the woods, if you can imagine coming home through the woods at night, but they did it all the time then. And at any rate, they came in, and they were supposed to get home before dark, and they didn't. and there was a little creek-like thing that they had to jump over, and it was small enough to jump over. But when they jumped over, it was dark, and they were afraid of getting wet and getting in trouble. And if they jumped over, a mat went underneath of them out of the middle of the water. Yeah, there are many stories like that from them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, take care. The one about the road. 17 is a rough highway. It's like Highway 1 in a lot of ways, though inland. And then there's Blood Alley up in San Jose. Roads where a lot of people have been killed tend to be roads that are haunted. It's not really a reach to understand why. People died there. Spirits, energy, linger on those roads. It's just the way it is. You don't believe? That's fine. But it is true, you know. You're listening to Coast AM, actually this night called Ghost to Ghost. We'll be right back. Although we eat food every day, we take for granted the process that it goes through to become energy. We take it for granted, that is, until the old internal engine begins to have trouble, causing pain and discomfort. It is no joke. Did you know that most degenerative disease begins in the lower digestive tract as bad intestinal bacteria gets out of control? Here's the good news, though. Experts say that most healing begins in the same place, and it starts with good bacteria. The good bacteria in your body is essential to health, energy, and a long life, not only because it breaks down your food, but because it kills the unhealthy bacteria. Unfortunately, there are many factors that kill your good bacteria as well. They leave you vulnerable. Things like stress, bad diet, alcohol, drugs, antibiotics, even basic aging. But listen, you can fight back, because now there's Natron's Healthy Trinity. Not one or two, but 3 unique products offered together for your convenience and for a healthy and long life. Natron's Healthy Trinity: Megadophilus, Bifidobacter, and Digestalac. They get rid of bad bacteria and add the good bacteria that keeps your engine running full force. Call 1-800-992-3323. That's 1-800-992-3323. I take it because it makes sense to take. It's that simple. Natron's Healthy Trinity. Call 1-800-992-3323. 3323. If you suffer from headaches, neck aches, sports injuries, low back discomfort, arthritis, rheumatism, bursitis, menstrual pain, joint pain, any kind of pain, let me tell you about Leprina. No more waiting for pain relievers to kick in. No more settling for alternative pain relievers just because your system is aspirin sensitive. Just spray on Leprina topical aspirin and enjoy soothing relief without side effect. It really is that easy, and it works. It actually penetrates the skin right down to where the pain is. Remember the name, Leprina. That's Leprina. You're going to be hearing a lot about this remarkable product, believe me. I've used Leprina on my bad back, and the fast-acting results are truly amazing. Spray it on, the pain's gone. Some pain sufferers are calling the almost instant results miraculous, but you cannot get it at your local drugstore. If you want fast-acting topical pain relief, just order Leprina by calling 1-800-308-4565. That's 1-800-308-4565. The truly reasonable cost is a bargain for this revolutionary new product. And when you call, be sure and ask the folks at Health Naturally how you can get Leprina at an even greater savings. Call 1-800-308-4565. Just spray it on and the pain is gone. All right, back to the lines we go. East of the Rockies, you're on the air, Ghost to Ghost AM.
All righty.
Where are you?
I am in Owensboro, Kentucky, listening to WMI.
It's a good place to be. Welcome.
Oh, thanks. Have you ever heard of a ghost fire?
A ghost fire?
Yeah.
Not exactly.
Well, our railway station here in Owensboro was converted into a pizza place. Maybe
I'm sorry, into a what?
a pizza.
Oh, a
A restaurant.
Oh, I understand. Okay.
Into a restaurant.
Into
I don't work there.
Uh-huh.
and there was this huge fireplace close to the kitchen. But it hadn't been used for years. There was no reason to. But you could hear the flames crackling in it and feel heat from it, but there wasn't anything there.
Oh, now that's weird.
Now, have you ever heard of anything like that? I know it happened. Everybody that worked there knew it.
Did it
But
happen?
we could never come up with an explanation.
Did it happen frequently?
Yes.
I don't think I'd like that.
Well, it was a spooky old place.
It just every now and then happened, huh?
Yeah.
So you could go over near it and warm yourself by the invisible.
You could feel heat from it. You could hear the fire crackling, but you didn't see any fire. It was just there.
No, you're the first.
Well, good.
But this is a place for firsts. I appreciate your story.
Okay.
Thank you. I have no idea what to say about that. No idea. The manifestations of whatever it is on the other side are nearly endless. You've heard how many tonight? How can you not wonder? As our scientists wonder about the 100 million planets that they say have inhabited intelligent life, how can you not wonder about the kind of stories you're hearing this morning? How can you not? First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Finally, I got through. It's the 7th time.
Well, I'm glad you made it. Where are you?
Oh, I'm living in Reno, Nevada.
KOH.
I'm looking at my black cat right now.
I have 2 of them.
Yes, and my cat's name is Shadow. I've had him for 2 years.
You're kidding.
No, when I heard you had a Shadow too, I said, oh, all right.
I do, and Shadow was so named because of Ghost.
Oh, I know the whole story. I listen to you every night. I have for 4 years there all night.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. So is KOH, I'm sure.
Yeah, now I've got to tell you my quick short story. I have a lot of stories. I lived in a house that was like the Amityville horror.
Oh, you did?
Yes, that's a long story, but I got a short one. When I was in high school, late 50s, I had an old 49 Ford, and I was driving down one of the Reno streets with my girlfriend, and we were talking, but now we're quiet, and this beautiful classical music came on, and it was very loud, and it was too loud. And I looked at her, I said, could you turn down the radio? And she said, yeah, that's loud. And she reached over and she said, you don't have a radio. And I said, oh, right. And we never discussed it.
No, I can well,
That reminds me of that fireplace story.
yeah, it is.
Same type of thing.
It's kind of like that, isn't it? It's energy. It's energy from someplace else. It's a projection, or it's a time slip, or who knows what it is.
Right.
But
And
it's something.
and Art, I wrote you a note, must have been a year ago when you first started fooling around with the Ouija board. And I wrote to you at your home and told you, please don't fool with the Ouija board. And I don't think you remembered. You get so many letters and
I'll tell you, this Ouija board thing is something I will listen to stories, but I really won't talk about.
Yeah, but about 6 months ago, you said at Halloween you would discuss it. And
Well, I did.
that it must be really something. I would love to hear the story because I've got my own.
Well, if you want to briefly tell us yours, go ahead.
Oh, I wrote you a letter on it.
Well, yeah, I know, but
Well,
now you're on the radio.
I was in Hawaii,
Yes.
and my husband was watching my friend and I play the Ouija board, and he decided to blindfold us.
Oh,
And which is
interesting.
fine.
Yeah, okay.
You know, because we were working it. We were really working it.
I understand.
And we're blindfolded, and suddenly the little planchette, that's what you call the little triangle thing you put your fingers on,
Yes.
flew out. And I pulled a blindfold out. I said, what'd you do, Bruce? You know, knock the thing? He said, no, I held a crucifix over it. You remember that story now?
I do, yes.
Yeah.
And yes. And you know, it's so serious,
It's very serious.
and people don't understand, and they think, oh gee, let's have some fun. Let's play with a Ouija board. And I used to feel the same way.
I know, because I listen to your show, like I say every night. I was really concerned about you. That's why I wrote you the note. I was really concerned. And
Well, with good reason.
yes, because I knew, but now you know, so.
You're correct. Now I know. Thank you.
Okay, Art.
Right. Take care. There are a few things that I won't talk about. That really is one of them. And I really I'm giving you good advice here when I tell you don't play with Ouija boards. They're not toys. Oh, I didn't even know if they're sold anymore. I would imagine that that occasionally you could find one somewhere, but if I were you, I wouldn't even go to look. I wouldn't even think about it if I were you. You're listening to a collection of real. Oh, you can hear the voices. Real stories of the supernatural, ghost stories, stories of other dimensions, other realities, other times. I'm not really sure what it is. I'm just sure that it is. We'll be right back. I can sure tell you how to send good spirits. Send flowers. You never mistake those for evil. You never mistake flowers for a bad message. It's always warmth, love, caring, feeling. And believe me, it works. Absolutely Fresh Flowers is the company of which I speak. They sell flowers to you directly from a flower farm. And you get more flowers than you can believe. Miniature carnations, every single color of the rainbow. If there's somebody in your family who's got a birthday or an anniversary, or any special day at all, you can't go wrong. You call them, they go out and cut them right there at the farm, pack them up in a big triangular box, and they get delivered the next day by FedEx. Or on the day you specify. Now think, is there somebody with a birthday or an anniversary coming up? You can take care of it right now. You can say, look, I want them delivered on such and such a date, and I guarantee they'll be there. And you'll just bowl them right over. Absolutely Fresh Flowers. The number to call right now or anytime, write it down for heaven's sakes. People call me up panic trying to get the number. The number is 1-800-562-6438. That's 1-800-562-6438. It works. East of the Rockies, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM.
Good morning, Semper Paratus.
How you doing? Where are you calling from?
Jacksonville, Florida.
All right. Good to have you.
It's great to be here. I've been enjoying your ghost stories, and it's one of the few times I've been able to tune you in here and everything.
What station are you managing to get us on?
WOKV.
WOKV. All right.
And just like I said, I've been enjoying your ghost stories and everything. And then after hearing about that great icebreaker you were on, I was an AFM station in the Gulf of Mexico out of Houston.
Yes, sir.
And we've had I don't know whether to give you the Coast Guard's official version or our official version of some of the stuff we had seen back then.
You tell me what you know.
Okay, this was 1980, 1983, through there. We had several experiences of seeing what we termed as ghost ships. And it would never show up on the radar, but we would hear it from, small boats, 41-footers and stuff, seeing different, like, glowing, three-masted type schooner type ship. I guess what you would maybe call an old pirate type ship,
Sure.
ship of maybe the Continental Navy type stuff or whatever.
Sure.
And then it would be gone. And generally this would happen like during the time of a harvest month. And
There must be energy connected to things and events, and that's all I can figure. Ships that come back, ships that linger, maybe ships that went down. Now I'm going to ask you the opposite. What did the Coast Guard say about this? I mean, if you guys would see it and file a report.
well, we were all off that this way. I was sent for psychological evaluation 2 different times. And well, let's see, the first time I was sent to NASA Bay there, and got to talk with some of the Air Force's people and some of the government people, and they tell us, oh, well, you know, what you seen was an electrical phenomenon that was caused by, you know, different types of gravity and all, you know, just a bunch of junk. Second time was told it was some sort of fluorescent stuff caused by the ocean. But personally, I mean, believe me, I've jumped out of too many helicopters and hit that water and some cold stuff and some warm stuff, and that there was a cold that you would never forget. You know, it was just that real.
I hear you, sir, and I believe you.
Very unbelievable, but
No,
very
it's not.
believable also.
I appreciate your call. Thank you. Jacksonville, Florida. I do. I hear you and I believe you. And you should believe people like that too, because these things do happen. It's part of our world, unless you turn it off. And I guess you can turn it off. And if you do, in all likelihood, these things will not occur to you or around you, or you will not be aware of them, and you may laugh at them. And if that's your way of handling it, I don't fault you for that. That's fine. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning. Where are you calling from, please?
Fairbanks, Alaska, listening to KFAR.
Way up in Fairbanks, Alaska.
Yeah, we're having a heat wave up here.
Really?
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be getting cold up there now?
Well, we've only got maybe 2 inches, 3 inches of snow, about 36 degrees.
Real heat wave.
Yeah. I just wanted to mention, I don't think anybody told you, but one of your favorite singers is going to be here this Friday.
Who?
Maria Moldauer.
Is going to be in Fairbanks?
Fairbanks, Alaska.
Oh, I hope everybody in Fairbanks says hi. Art said hi to Maria.
I wish I could go see her, but I work nights. I just don't work tonight.
Well, I'm sure that just about everybody who'll be going is listening,
Okay.
so everybody please tell her Art said hi.
Yeah. Quickly, I got a couple of real short things, and then I got a story.
All right.
I think God has sent a sign. It's that scream that you are playing that is the Sasquatch. In Australia, they call the Sasquatch a Yowie, and here in Alaska, they don't call it a Sasquatch, but they call it Hairy Man.
They call it what?
Hairy Man.
Hairy Man. Well, okay.
Hairy Man. And they've got a good article in the
That's
Alaska
descriptive.
magazine,
Mm-hmm.
which I should put one in an envelope and send it to you.
I would very much enjoy that.
I think you would. Anyway, the story is about a truck, a semi, that had been in a wreck and killed the driver, but there was no trailer attached to it. And the truck was repaired and put on lot, and it was sold. Well, every time it was sold, the person that bought it would bring it back and said they couldn't drive it. Something was weird with the truck. They kept bringing it back every time. Finally, one lady bought it. She wanted to get into the trucking, and she dealt with it. She just had to prove to her family and everyone around her that she could survive in the trucking industry.
Right.
And I may miss some of this because I read this in a little trucking magazine thing.
Right.
But I think it happened in Kentucky, and every time she went by, she'd get a cold feeling over her shoulder. Every time she went through this one area, it was like the truck was beckoning her to go through here or something.
Right.
And as it turned out, the guy that got killed in that truck had left his trailer somewhere, but it was never found. It was never traced. They could never find it. But he had parked it next to a cliff. And somehow the cliff gave way and it buried the trailer. And every time she went by this area, she got a cold feeling in that truck. And finally, the rains or something washed that truck and it showed it. And she somehow got hooked up to that truck, and she took that truck to its final destination. And ever since then, that cold feeling in that truck disappeared.
Wow.
Now, is that a story?
That's the story.
But I was sitting in a semi, I don't remember where, a truck stop reading this, and I just got cold shivers all over me when I read this.
I can imagine.
And I couldn't wait to get through.
Well, I'm glad you made it through, sir. Thank you. And again, that's weird. It's like, do you think it was the spirit of the person who originally had that truck? Or are machines and things energy in the sense that people have energy, or maybe in a different but similar sense? I don't know. So many questions, so few answers, huh? So many questions. On our first time caller line, you're on the air.
Oh, Mr. Bell?
Hi,
Oh, I can't believe I got through to you.
you made it. Where are you?
I'm the unknown caller, but I'm west of the Rockies.
Okay.
All right. Hey, I'm listening to your ghost show, and I listened to you last year, and I thought it was great. That's why I'm staying up tonight listening to it.
Yes, sir?
I'm an atheist, like Mark,
Yes.
and there's a lot of things I don't believe, and I listen to these ghost stories, and I throw them away. But there was something that happened to me, like when I was 20 years old. I had a roommate, and she was a single mother. We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment, totally platonic and everything like that. And one night, in the middle of the night, she comes blasting into my room, crying and screaming that she saw her father, her dead father, standing over her sister's casket. And her sister was just, like 18 years old. And her sister wasn't dead. And she said her father was telling her, your sister's going to be hurt. She's not going to die, but it's going to be close. And so I'm going, well, anyway, I calm her down and, get her back into bed. And anyway, the next day, we get a phone call from her mother saying that her sister was seriously injured in a car wreck. And go to the hospital and everything up there, and she's like in ICU, sure, barely hanging on by a thread. And I never gave much thought to it, okay, her sister pulled through and stuff. But it's always bugged me that like the day before the accident happened, my roommate came in and screaming and crying that she saw her deceased father over her sister's casket. It sits right there in her bedroom.
So it bugs you.
Yeah.
Then you're not an atheist.
Well,
You're
well,
an agnostic.
no, an agnostic is just a gutless atheist, I've always thought. But I'm listening to your show again, and this is bringing up stuff that there's
Well, I don't
know.
Yeah, that's the whole point. I mean, how can you listen to this? These are serious stories. As you know, I treat it seriously, and so my callers do. And how can you listen to this and not become a gutless atheist?
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. I don't believe everyone that calls your show is a liar. They're not. These things are stuff that happens.
These things do happen.
Yeah.
I appreciate your call, sir. I thank you for the call. I mean, how can you listen? And then how can you say there is nothing? When we die, we just simply pass into blackness, into nothingness, that this life all goes for naught, that the energy that is our being beyond our physical bodies is not, does not exist. I don't think so. No, I'm sorry, sir. You sound more like the gutless atheist you described. Or put more digestibly, an agnostic. The 818CS by Sanjin is verifiably the best radio in the world for the price. And it is virtually a total communications receiver inside the body of a portable. It covers AM/FM shortwave. It does so in continuous coverage, 1 or 5 kilohertz segments. Now, I know this is going to cause a lot of eyes to glaze over out there. But if you want a good emergency radio, if you want a good all-purpose, very sensitive, selective radio with expensive filtering, wide, narrow AM filters, an RF gain control, a BFO, again, the eyes glaze over, right? And you're saying, what the heck is he talking about? Well, when you get this radio, whether you use it for good AM reception, talk shows, or you use it to bring the world to you shortwave, Radio Australia, Radio Moscow, Radio Havana, Radio France Internationale, whatever it is, Don't buy a cheap piece of junk. Because you'll regret it, because you're going to love shortwave. And then you're going to realize you should have bought a good radio in the first place. Well, this is the best for the money. It's got a built-in cassette deck, 45 one-touch memories, a large LCD display, an RF signal strength meter, battery check, a million features I could never describe to you. It's got a built-in cassette so you can record anything, shortwave, FM in stereo, which means you can record all your favorite music, take it to the car, and play it. That's it. That is the Sanjin, and we know we've got the lowest price in America. How do we know that? Bob Crane will, if you present him with an ad showing a lower price, he'll match it. No sweat from his brow. Nobody has yet done it. This includes shipping and handling, and of course, the very now famous C. Crane Company guarantee. These are good people. It means, for example, if there's anything wrong with a radio, they're shipping you a new one before you have sent them the old one. It is a remarkable, ethical company, and they'll stick with you, and if you get stuck and need help, they help. Unlike so many others these days. The price, including shipping and handling, $224.95. The number to call beginning at 7:30 a.m. Pacific Time is 1-800-522-8863. That's 1-800-522-8863. Many of you health-conscious folks are familiar with antioxidants and their amazing health benefits. Now, vitamin C is probably the most famous of these. UCLA scientists found that antioxidant vitamin C can help avoid cancers, strokes, heart attacks, increase life expectancy an average of 5 years. Well, now, there are new antioxidants on the market, and listen, scientists say they are 20 times more powerful than vitamin C and 50 times the power of vitamin E, another antioxidant. They're called pycnogenols, the super antioxidants. You want to remember that if you're a health-conscious individual. Why? Well, according to Richard Passwater, Ph.D. and authority in the field, you're being bombarded by something called free radicals, toxins, environmental and otherwise, that break down cells, damage tissue, cause you to age faster, develop stiff joints, and wrinkle sooner than you ought to. How can you fight these free radicals that bombard you every day? Antioxidants and pycnogenols are the most effective antioxidant you can buy today. To order this amazing new food supplement I'm taking, call the folks at Health Naturally at 1-800-856-1119. These pycnogenols are pharmaceutical grade, made from 95% pure grapeseed extract. It's the very purest on the market, giving you the most benefits. Call 1-800-856-1119. That's 1-800-856-1119. All right, back to it we go. And on the wild card line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. This is Judy, and I'm in Oregon. And I wanted to tell you that we live in a haunted house.
Oh, now you do.
Oh, yes, we do. We have for about 8 years.
Would you turn your radio off for us, please?
Yes. Matt, turn the radio off.
Yes, Matt. Extinguish it.
I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. All right, so in what form of manifestation do you get?
Well, when we bought it, it's actually an antique store, and we live upstairs. And when we bought it, I moved in before my husband did to get things straightened out. And the first day I was there, I went and was cleaning and everything, and it's on the second floor. And I went out the back door onto a porch area, and we're shaking out some rugs, and all of a sudden the door slammed behind me. And it's a very large store, over about 8,000 square feet, so I'm up there all by myself. It's getting dusk, and I couldn't get back in.
Oh, boy.
And it faces the river, so I don't have too many neighbors. Finally, I did notice somebody next door, About 20 minutes later, walking around, and I'm yelling and screaming to him to come help me get out.
Sure.
Back inside. So he did come around and jump the fence, and I had left the door open downstairs. Found his way upstairs, and lo and behold, he says, "How did you get out there?" And I says, "Well, I went out through the door." I have a deadbolt on that door, and he had to open the deadbolt to get me in. So, and that was the first of many, many experiences. And,
Well, I've always wanted to ask somebody this, and so I'm going to ask you.
yes.
Why, pray tell, are you still there?
Well, they're not anything but, pranksters. I'm not afraid of them.
So it's more of a sort of a pulling tricks on you kind of deal.
Yes, because another incident was downstairs. We have things like, the Jim Beam decanter bottles. We sell those as collectibles. And we went down, and it's on a cement floor. And one morning we went down, and there was 6 of them in a circle on the floor, about 4 feet from the shelf. So things like that happen all the time, and people are there when they happen,
I
too.
wonder in the paranormal world what a circle of booze bottles is.
I don't know, but they're young people, and I'm sure they don't have ID cards.
Thanks for the call.
Thank you, Art.
You take care. Bye-bye. And I'm sure they don't have ID. East of the Rockies, you're on the air on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Angela in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Hello, Angela. How's Cheyenne?
Cold.
Cold. Yeah, I hear it's starting to get cold up there.
It is. There was a guy that called earlier, and he mentioned something about Effie Warren.
Yes.
I wanted to say it is haunted. I've heard several stories from out there.
About the airbase?
Mm-hmm. It's here in Cheyenne, and it is haunted.
Well, any place where many deaths have occurred, particularly a combative kind of death, is a place where spirits linger.
Yeah. I just wanted to plug that real quick, and then I had a story that I wanted to tell you.
Okay, real quick.
I guess about 6 months ago, my little brother came over to my house, and he was telling me that a friend of his, she was a young lady, newlywed, had 2 really, really young children, had just found out she had cancer, and she was going to be passing away soon. The doctor didn't give her more than about 2 weeks.
All right, I'll tell you what. That's a good cliffhanger. We're not going to be able to finish, so I'm going to put you on hold and let you hold. You won't hear anything. Don't let it worry you, and we'll get back to you after the break, all right?
Okay.
All right, stay right there. In Cheyenne, where it's beginning to get cold. Would that be cold as in universal, or would that be cold as in cold spots? We'll be right back. From the high desert, where the moon hangs by our path. It's kind of eerie out there right now. This is Coast to Post, now Ghost to Ghost AM. And now back to our ghostly young lady. And you're back on the air again. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay. So my brother was really devastated about this young lady when he found out that she was passing away. He was the first.
All right, get into that telephone and talk up now.
Okay. Anyway, is that better?
That's a little better. You got to stay into it and talk. Project.
Okay. My brother was friends with this lady, but I didn't know her. And my heart really went out to her, though, thinking that she was going to pass away and leave those 2 young children and her husband behind. And I kept thinking about her, and I couldn't get her out of my mind, like day and night for, I'd say, 4 or 5 days. And I was standing in my bathroom, and I felt something really strange, like almost a finger or something go across the top of my head. And I put my hand up there, and there was some kind of like a sticky goo on the top of my head.
You'd been slimed.
That my husband said too.
Well, he's got a good sense of humor.
I don't know if it had anything to do with her, but it was just really weird.
Well, it might have. But it's a good slime story, and I thank you for bringing it to us. We get one, at least one, every Halloween. There is something about ghosts or entities or whatever you want to call them, that many times involves a kind of strange slime. So when they did Ghostbusters, they kind of did a play on that, but there's nothing to play with. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. How are you?
I'm okay.
I don't have an actual story, but I actually wanted to answer kind of a question you asked earlier about Ouija boards, like whether or not one could get them. And you might find this pretty scary, but apparently it's marketed by Parker Brothers. Actually, not like I think a couple days ago, I just saw a commercial about a bunch of kids playing Ouija board.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's fine. I guess you can get them. If you want to get them, go ahead. My advice is don't do it.
You don't have to tell me. Actually, I kind of think it's a stupid thing that they're doing. I'm an occultist myself, so I studied this field, and so
Look, it's just a board. If Parker Brothers wants to sell it, that's fine. It's like sitting down. It doesn't matter whether, in my opinion, whether it's a Ouija board or some other instrument that you're inviting, you're concentrating on, and you're consciously inviting an entity to you. You know not what you do. It's not like Monopoly. It's not like playing Monopoly where you're worried about getting a hotel to wipe the other guy out. You're sitting down to consciously invite an entity to direct you. It is not a good idea, whether it's a Ouija board or whether it's a Monopoly board or anything else. If the intent is to invite something in, you be damn sure you think hard about it before you invite something in you don't want to keep you company. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, I want to speak to Art.
This is Bart Citizen. Turn your radio off, please.
Yes, I just did.
Okay, go right ahead.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Yeah, I just so weird. I just got it's not really a ghost story. It's about my brother who died, and he died like about 5 years ago. And when he was younger, he had a car wreck, and I guess you'd call it a near-death experience. He was in the hospital for a long time.
Yes.
And I'm kind of nervous. I'm sorry.
I can tell. That's all right.
Yeah. I could feel his presence now. When he was younger, he had a near-death experience, and I think he, and since he lived, I always thought it was like special, but he always said like he's not special. He talked as like everybody had the power.
Well, why do you think he was special?
He was always interested in kung fu, and the things like martial arts and power of the martial arts contribute to extra strength and.
Well, I don't know about that, but it does, thank you, contribute to a concentration, and the martial arts focus you, and whenever you focus, you can run into something you might not expect. Here's an interesting fact that just showed up. Art, I just got off work, and it took me a while to settle down and a couple of stiff drinks so I can tell this to you. I've been home for about an hour now, and this is just exactly what happened. Let me start out. I work at a hospital emergency room. Consider myself a level-headed guy. I did not believe in ghosts, that is. Tonight I was riding my bicycle home from work. In point of fact, I was listening to you, reminiscing that it had been about a year since I'd been riding home at night, alone. It's been almost 1 year to the hour since my old riding buddy was killed while riding alone on this same street last year. We generally had rode together all the time. On this particular night, I'd called in ill, stayed home. My buddy Phil was run over by a drunk driver, not found for an hour or more, and died en route to the hospital. His bloodstains still mark the curb where his head struck, snapping his lower neck. Tonight, while riding home, I became aware of a feeling of having something like the sound of a car tire behind me, and yet there were no cars on the street. I kept hearing the sound, kept looking around. The sound got so loud, I could hear through the radio. In other words, I was listening to the radio. I finally took off the headphones, stopped, and looked down the street. I saw Phil standing on his back next to me. As fast as light, I got on my bike and sped home. Phil stayed with me until I reached the crossroads where he died. I swear, I saw him, big as life. I can't tell you if I was having a 60s flashback or not. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello there.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Art.
Yes.
I wanted to give you a little story about my experience with the Ouija board.
All right. Where are you?
This is Dan from Fairbanks.
Yes, Dan.
I was about 18, just graduated from high school, and this girl and I were playing with the Ouija board one night, and didn't think much of it, and I went home, and woke up the next morning, and I had a big antique Chinese mirror that sat on my dresser. It was, probably 3 foot by 4 foot, probably weighed about 60 or 70 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
I woke up, this mirror was sitting right at the foot of my bed on the floor, face down. Well, I didn't think much of it, except that I had a bunch of model cars that I collected and built, and models of cologne and stuff sitting on top of my dresser, and nothing had been disturbed, which meant that for this mirror to get where it would have had to been lifted up off of the dresser, over everything that was on the dresser, moved about 2 feet from the dresser, turned at a 90-degree angle, and laid face down on the floor. Oh, and that next night we played with the Ouija board again. Went home, went to bed. Early in the morning, about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, I hear this big loud crash. I wake up, the mirror's in the same position on the floor, in the same exact spot, with the mirror broke into 100 or so little pieces, and everything on the dresser was laying all over the floor. Needless to say, that was the last time I ever touched the Ouija board.
Good for you. Thank you very much. Again, you invite things in when you do that, and you don't know what you're inviting in. It's like opening a door to a world where things exist, good and bad. Do you invite strangers into your home? Do you call on the street when somebody passes and invite them into your home, not knowing them? No. Then why would you want to do it with a Ouija board? Anyway, you may need a good night's sleep after this morning's show, and I have a sponsor that can sure provide it. It's called Select Comfort. Select is the key word. Comfort's important too. It's a bed like any other, king or queen, and inside are individualized air pockets where springs used to be. Instead, they've got these air chambers, I guess I ought to call them, and they are inflated or slackened by your electronic command, and you've got a little electronic control on both sides of the bed. Now it gets even more unique, because each side of the bed can control the bed to be either stiff as a board, if you've got a bed back the way I do, or soft as a feather bed, or individually on, from night to night, you can make it conform to your body. It is Select Comfort, and we don't expect you to buy out of the blue just based on what I've said. I've given you the outline. You call them, they'll send you a free videotape, and then you can take a good look. If you decide you want to buy it, then you get a 90-day in-home risk-free trial. The number to call to get the videotape to take the first step is 1-800-448-5700. That's 1-800-448-5700. Now, money. Pretty important in this terrestrial world, eh? When you look ahead in your life, do you see a cushy retirement with lots of money? Or do you see yourself barely making it? Are you working 9 to 5 now? Putting away a lot of money, are you? Saving it? No? Well, you might want to meet Ken Roberts, and we can introduce you. He is a financial investor and educator, and he's known around the world in 89 countries for his honesty, integrity, and something very special. His unique ability to teach people just like us how to invest in commodities with minimum risk. We've talked to a lot of people like Tim in California, a Learjet pilot. He made $30,000 profit. Bob in Utah, retiring from truck driving after he made $48,000 in his first year. Now look, commodities are usually regarded as a very risky venture, but not with Ken Roberts. He'll teach you how to invest, and you invest on paper until you're confident, and then you'll just throw the paper away, start using money, because, who wants to be losing that kind of money? That's how confident you will get. Now, we will send you what it's called a money kit, a 44-page report and a cassette tape, free of charge. You look it over, decide if you want to give it a try. Call Ken Roberts Company. He's got a good number, too. It's 1-800-GOLD-KRC. 1-800-GOLD, as in that glitters, and KRC, as in Ken Roberts Company. Again, 1-800-GOLD-KRC. How many of you remember a time when you could take a penny to the corner grocery store and there you could buy a nice piece of candy or even a postcard? Well, of course, today the convenience stores have a bowl of pennies on the counter with a sign that usually says, "Take one if you need one." Can the dollar be far behind? You really can't buy anything for a penny anymore. In fact, a dollar will only buy what a dime would a few years ago. The only form of money that still buys what it did once before is gold. Over 100 years ago, an ounce of gold was worth $20. For that, you could buy a very nice new suit. Today, that same ounce of gold is worth nearly $400, and guess what? You can still buy a really nice suit. Today, you need to have some gold in your investment portfolios for protection and profit. My friends at North American Trading will be happy to show you how you can own gold in privacy and safety. It's really simpler than you might think. Call 1-800-877-9799 and ask for their free information. Investors have always turned to gold during times of inflation and economic uncertainty. Don't wait till it may be too late. Call 1-800-877-9799. You don't have to be rich to own gold, just smart. All right, back to the lines we go. Now, I want to say again, if you would like a copy of this show, this particular program, we do offer copies of this. It is a yearly event called Ghost to Ghost AM. And the way to get a copy of it is to call 24 hours a day, 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278, 24 hours a day. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Robert from New Orleans.
Hello, Robert.
First, let me say I got your book yesterday.
Oh, you did?
I am very, very happy.
Is that, tell everybody, I've really not been soliciting comment yet, but is that one quality book or what?
Oh, yes, sir, it is. It's much better than I thought it would be.
Well, there you are. I'm glad to hear it. We'll do a day later this week and solicit comment. Anyway, it is Ghost to Ghost night.
Okay, Art. In New Orleans, I guess we bury people above ground here.
I've heard.
Right. Well, my grandmother's buried in one of these old cemeteries.
Yes, sir.
We go and we clean them out every so often. Clean up around them and weed them. And me and my younger son will go walking and looking for the dates on each one of these tombs. As we're going through one day, we notice that a couple of them have been broken into. So we start looking into them, and we're seeing that the bodies have been disturbed, the caskets are open or broken or chipped out corners.
Oh boy!
As we go to one of the oldest ones, which is about a block down from my grandmother, it was an 8-year-old girl who died during the times there was a bad scarlet fever going around in New Orleans, where thousands of people had died.
Yes, sir.
As I climb up to look in there, I noticed there are 2 bodies in there, but these are recent
bodies, like a day or two.
You mean like the people who had been desecrated?
Yep, that's exactly who they were. There was two of them, two young men. One face down and one face up. The one face up had an expression on his face like you've never seen in your life. I ran and told the keepers of the ground, and they called the police, and the police came and everything. And weeks later, I had called to ask, what had happened to the guys. And it said, as far as they can tell, both guys had died of heart attacks. And the one who I saw, I'm sure, died of fright. And they said the coffin where the little girl had been in was opened. It was a metal coffin at the time. And they said they guess they were robbing it at the time, and something happened that scared them to death.
Oh my God, what a story. That's a true story?
Oh, yep, it's very true. My son talked about it all the time, and every Halloween, it's the first thing we start telling the rest of the family about.
Oh, well, thank you for sharing that with us. And no, I really do mean that. Thank you. But that is a scary story.
Yep.
So
It bothers me once in a while.
we can only imagine what they saw.
I know what they saw. That little girl took her revenge when they tried to break into her coffin.
Thank you for the call.
All righty, take care. Art.
Take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hi, Art.
Hello.
I'm Mary from Bakersfield.
Hi, Mary. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good, but that one did scare me.
Oh, boy. Oh,
I
boy.
can just imagine that. Mine scared me. That one scared me more. Now, it happened when I was about 18, 19. It was about 3:30 in the morning, I guess, and it was winter time.
Kind of like about now.
Well, no, it's not cold up here yet.
No, I meant the time. It's a
Oh,
little bit
yeah.
rough.
And I was asleep in bed, and I woke up, and I was sleeping on my left side. And all of a sudden, I woke up, and I turned over to my right side. And I was facing the door of the bedroom. And being cold, I had the habit of throwing the covers over my head. Well, I did that this time. And all of a sudden, about maybe 2-3 minutes passed, and I started getting scared, very, very frightened. And I tried to come out from under the covers, and I couldn't pull them off. And I mean, I clawed at them and just pulled, and I couldn't.
Oh, I wouldn't like that.
And all of a sudden,
Covers are supposed to protect you.
well, these didn't. Since then, I've never slept with the covers on my head ever since then. All of a sudden, there was a scream in my ear, just a shrill scream, that my head just, you know how you feel when you've been screamed in your ear when you were small before, kids.
Sure.
And my head just, it just vibrated the way that screamed. And I tried to call my father, and I'd open my mouth and nothing would come out. And I just be open and gasp, and try to call. And finally, I managed to just say, Daddy, just barely got it out.
Yep.
And when I said that, then the covers came off. I was still trying to take them off, and they came off all of a sudden. And, well, like I said, ever since then, I just do not sleep with the covers over my head, not a sheet.
Now, dear lady, I've heard a lot of I jumped onto the cover stories, but I have never heard I went under the covers and then tried to get out and the covers wouldn't come off.
They would not. I know, they just would not come off. And like I said, I still do not sleep with my head under the covers anymore.
I can't say I blame you, but it's like, gee, there's nowhere to hide.
Well, hide under the bed. There's no place. Get underneath the bed or someplace.
Well, look, I appreciate your story. It is unlike any I have ever heard, and I'm afraid it's going to have to be the topper for the day. I'm afraid the night just kind of flew by, as it were.
Well, I've been trying for quite a few years to get in. This is the first time I managed.
You've been trying for years?
Well, about 4 or 5 years.
I kind of wish you wouldn't say that. It discourages people.
Oh, it shouldn't, because I finally got through.
Well, see, there you are. All right, I'll tell you. All right. Well, wait a minute. There's a tradition here with our last caller.
Oh.
You get to say, "Good night, America."
Oh, good. Good night, America.
Take care. Well, it has been fun and a little scary, but you tend to get what you ask for, and I wanted scary stories, and y'all did not disappoint me. That last one from New Orleans kind of got to me, though. At any rate, again, I want to remind you to get a copy and archive of this program, stripped of the commercials, with only the frightening content remaining. You can call 1-800-917-4278. Let me give you that number one more time. 1-800-917-4278. Thank you all who joined us during the night. And all I guess I can say is... from the high deserts. Good night, America.
Now all the way to Philadelphia, literally, I guess, at the airport, and Linda Howe. And hi, Linda, you're at the airport, actually?
Yeah, Art, I'm in a relatively noisy phone booth out here. I'm going to hope that we're going to be able to transmit all this well. And if you hear what sounds like the loudspeakers or the music of an airport behind me, that's because that's where I am.
Understandable.
I was in Eureka Springs this weekend at the Eureka Springs conference that discusses the large complex UFO phenomenon. One of the guests who spoke for the first time in 28 years about his experiences as a television producer and writer in 1972 to 74 with the Department of Defense, working on a documentary called UFOs Past, Present, and Future, was Robert Emenager. In my new book, Glimpses of Other Realities, I show a drawing that he used in the first edition of the book when it was published in 1974 and was never published again after that. And he explained to me some time back, and I'm going to play an excerpt actually with more details here in a minute, that this drawing was made in the presence of Department of Defense officials who had the photographs in 16-millimeter film taken from two cameras at Holloman Air Force Base in May of 1971, when there was what appeared to be a pre-arranged landing at Holloman Air Force Base in the White Sands Missile Range area. And what I'm going to play for you right now is an excerpt of his telling, really for the first time, the blow-by-blow as he understands what happened. And
all right, Linda, let me ask, are you able to hear me, Linda?
Yeah.
Did you say a pre-arranged landing?
Yeah, it assumes, it implies that there was some communication.
All right, very good. This should be an interesting report. Go ahead.
Here we go. And I want you to know that the cord from my tape recorder and the cord from the payphone don't overlap. This will be about 5 or 6 inches from the speaker on my tape recorder. So let's see how this works.
All right,
okay,
let's try it.
He said that there were three ships which were filmed by a ground camera and a helicopter. He even gave me the names of the cameramen. But none of them seemed to be in difficulty, or because of the way it sort of waddled down.
It's kind of falling leaf.
Kind of a falling leaf. And it landed at the base, but it seemed like there was some understanding ahead of time. I'm not sure about because they said they dispatched a couple the F-104s, I think, is that great monstrous, it's wonderful to see them, flying around, but to guide it down or to secure the area, they did have an alert at the base, and I understood that I was told that the commander of the base, fire chief, several other people were there as the craft landed and were waiting, and at the opening of the door, and out came, I guess, 1, 2, or 3 really tight-fitting suits, which did not look quite human. They had those cat-eyes look to them. Very thin mouth. They had almost like a Sumerian-looking hat it would look like that to me.
With a very large, almost beach-like road.
Yes. That they were met and taken to, there's an area there where the buildings are no longer exist for that. Because when I went there, I asked where are these buildings, and they said those two buried buildings were torn down. There's no significance to that. It's, they're always tearing things down. And with the craft, the one that did land was taken down to the end of Mars Avenue and put in a very small hangar. This is what I was told. They were met by an Alfonso Lorenzo, at least that's the name that's on one of the documents I have.
He was supposed to be a biologist or an electrician?
He was an X-ray technician or something, radiology, was in that field, but I never heard that he was really on TVY for foreign technology. And he may not have been a tech sergeant at all, but that's what I was told. But he was apparently he was an attendant to one of these beings, took care of whatever their needs were.
What was his impression of that?
Well, he was somewhat freaked out, and he's the one who contacted his friend at Norton to be on the alert and look for, and the film that would be coming. He said, I know there's got to be filmed. And he kept corresponding with Paul.
Paul Schrader.
Yes, Paul Schrader.
Did you ever get any kind of a personal human reaction to these things?
Yes, he did. His comment was that to him, they appeared like scientists, like educated scientists. Now, I don't know what kind of communication was done, but it seemed like there was no problem with communicating.
It has in the drawing in your book, there was that
There was
rod.
staff, which is a half caduceus, is it?
It looked like, a coil around a staff. And
He did mention what that was. That was a communication sort of ability to also, I imagine, to paralyze or to do whatever. It was like their leadership role. And it's very interesting that we have, all through our military history, we've had the short baton as a symbol of leadership and power. And I kept wondering, I wonder if this is something that we, in our ancient past, have copied, like little humans that we are.
All right, I want to double check. Is this coming through at all clearly?
Well, not very, Linda. Not
that's
very.
what I'm concerned about, and it's such an important interview.
I understand.
That
So
maybe what I ought to do is just give you a quick summary on this, and then next week do it again in the finer audio abilities I have in my office.
all right, let's do that, Linda. Give me a summary because it sounded fascinating. What was the essence of the report?
This is the very first time that Bob Emenegger has described the beings in any detail and using the term Sumerian. He said this was the context within which they were described, the same kind of pleated headdress that rose over a bulging head. He said the eyes did have vertical pupils. He referred to them as cat eyes. They were holding a rod in the left hand, which is in the drawing, that had a coil roping around it, that he said our people understood to be both a communicator and something that they could use as a paralyzer if they were threatened in some way.
All right, this is fascinating, Linda, but I'm a little bit lost. Exactly where and when did this occur?
This was May 1971 in a portion of Holloman Air Force Base. 3 discs, this is the part apparently you could not hear easily, came down at this particular air base. They were met by a party of us. There were 3 beings. One of those is the Alfonso Lorenzo name that he was referencing, who was in some scientific capacity there, who was saying that his impression of these beings was that they were scientists. And he was describing that in this meeting of these beings, that for all intents and purposes, seem to be like the so-called old ancient Sumerian gods, at least in what we have in replicas of stone statues. They and their craft was transported for reasons that he said had something to do with a repair, but he was not sure if that was a cover story and there was some other reason, but that this was put on some kind of a truck covered with a tent and transported to a building at the end of a street that was called Mars Avenue. This happened in May of 1971, according to Emenager. They were filming at Holloman and filming the documentary in which they described this event then as a hypothetical sequence, because that's what the Department of Defense told them to do. And that film was first broadcast in the United States in 1974, about 3 years after the event. For those who have seen that documentary at conferences or maybe on television in late night, it was one of the last projects that Rod Serling did as a narrator. And in it, it is this sequence at Holloman that he is now describing in detail for the first time.
All right, what I'm curious Linda,
documentary they described as hypothetical.
Yes, Linda, what I'm curious about is why is he just telling this story now?
Because he feels that he can.
Because he feels that people are ready for it, do you think? Or because something else has changed? In other words, you say he feels he can. He feels people will accept it, or that it's time, or what?
Well, he does not, apparently, because he said he had checked with some of his still contacts in Washington about speaking at the conference and making these descriptions, and no one said that he could not. So this is, in a way, it is a step forward beyond the documentary 20 years ago. It's gone from hypothetical to the description of a reality.
All right. Well, there is yet another reality, and while we're on the subject, Linda, I know your book is out. Why don't you tell everybody how to contact you or get a copy of the book?
Well, thanks, Art. Glimpses of Other Realities. You can get information about ordering from Linda Howe Productions, Post Office Box 538 in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, and the zip code is 19006. I'll repeat that one more time. Post Office Box 538 in Huntingdon, Hunting, D as in dog, O-N, Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, and the zip code is 19006. And next week, I will redo this so that you can hear his interview clearly. And I'm sorry I got trapped late on an airplane in an airport.
Oh, no, that's quite all right, Linda. And if it had been any closer, I suppose you'd have been calling from in flight.
I would have had to.
All right, wonderful. Thank you.
Well, thanks, and my best to Bud Hopkins.
All right, take care, Linda.
Take care, Art.
That's Linda Howe, literally at the airport. And sometimes that's the way things work out. I thought she had perhaps spaced out on the time change that, of course, we all went through, the 1-hour time change. Well, on a summer afternoon in 1964, Bud Hopkins and 2 others watched a small, round, metallic craft maneuver in the sky over Cape Cod. This daylight sighting marked the beginning of his interest in UFO phenomena. But his first nationally known investigation did not take place until 1975. Well, I understand that. You need a while to think about an experience. Then a UFO apparently landed less than a mile from Manhattan, was observed from various vantage points by a number of witnesses. Bud Hopkins' carefully researched account of this incident appeared in the Village Voice Cosmopolitan magazine and elsewhere, and was covered extensively by television and radio. Bud is an accomplished author, probably the nation's premier UFO investigator, and he has appeared just about on everybody's important television show. And I'm sure that you know him, so he doesn't really need a great introduction beyond all of that. Let's go to Bud Hopkins. Bud, good evening.
Good evening, Art.
Are you able to hear me okay?
I certainly can. I hope you can hear me.
Just fine. Clear as can be. Bud, first of all, welcome back. We had you on Area 2000. Now the program is syndicated, and we're sure glad to have you back again. Listen, what did happen? I speculated there a little bit. I had my own sighting, Bud, and I had to sit back for a long time after it and think about it. Was that the case with you?
Yeah, that was the case. And, of course, I didn't think of myself at any point of someone who was going to do investigations. I was making my art and exhibiting, and that was my life. And it wasn't until this friend of mine reported an object landing near his car and little guys getting out, little figures and so forth, in a quite dramatic way, that I just simply thought, I've got to look into this. And so I think I was sort of pulled into this business by circumstance rather than by choice. But I think you're right about sitting back and thinking it over. You see, no one can overestimate, really, the resistance all of us have to what this really implies. This is the biggest change, the biggest event in all of human history, if it's going on. And the evidence is there, and it is so absolutely shocking that people who have the experiences are sometimes even more hesitant to accept their reality than the people who are just reading about them on the outside, because it is so shocking.
Sure. As you got down line from your experience a year or so, Bud, did you find that you began to question the experience yourself in your own mind, or did you find it became more clear to you?
Well, that's an interesting question. I would say depending upon the day you might have asked the question, one or the other might have been the answer. There is a strange way in which, if everything's going well and the world seems orderly and the edges are nice and clean, you just convince yourself it just must have been something. You don't know what it was. It must have been something. So you convince yourself as best you can that it's just something that's going to go away because it has to have an explanation. On the days when the imagery comes back in your mind vividly and God forbid you've read about somebody else having a similar thing, it comes back to haunt you. This really happened.
Right.
And so I do think that the ambivalence is bound to be there. You know, one of the things, Art, that bothers me a great deal is TV programs or whatnot, when they're dealing with people who've had abduction experiences. They will say so-and-so claims to have been abducted.
Right.
No one, but very few people will step up and say, I had an abduction experience, I claim this. What people really say is, this happened to me, it is so confusing, it is so upsetting, it's totally real as far as I'm concerned, but it just can't be. I'm having trouble even believing it.
Sure.
So therefore, it's a long way away from a sort of a cold-blooded, clear-eyed claim for anybody.
Well, maybe it's easier for the storyteller, no matter how it is, how real it is to the individual, Bud. Maybe it's easier for the storyteller to, in essence, give themselves an out if the other guy hearing the story says, "Boy, what a bunch of baloney."
Yeah, well, I don't think it's so much the fear, although that does enter into it, the fear of ridicule. It's the fact that if you accept the reality yourself, what this does to your whole belief system about virtually everything in the world.
Yeah, but there's a lot of fear about the listener and how they're going to react. I remember after my experience, I thought, do I say anything or don't I say anything? I finally decided to, but I was in great fear, Bud, about what people would think of me.
Yeah, that's true. Well, this is, excuse me, I've just finished writing an article, which I'll be publishing fairly soon. I'll send to the MUFON Journal. And the title is Losing a Battle but Winning the War, something to that effect.
Yes.
The basic point is that we're winning the war about bringing this material and this phenomenon, the abduction phenomenon, to more and more serious mainstream attention. Matter of fact, just last week I had Susan Spencer here from 48 Hours doing some work. They're going to be coming back next week on a 48-hour special. But I mean, the New York Times, Time Magazine, I've been interviewed recently by, a lot of very fine mainstream people. We are winning the war for simply the idea that this has got to be taken seriously. Whatever idea about it you want to have, whether you think it's some completely strange, new, modern psychological aberration or whatever, or whether you feel that these events are real, still more and more people are coming to the conclusion you can't just sit on the sidelines without looking into it. But the battle we're losing is the fact that a particularly virulent group of what I call true believers are people who believe that this cannot possibly be true. In other words, they have a very narrow belief system. These people like to think of themselves as debunkers or skeptics or whatever. But there's a very narrow group of them who have set about almost single-handedly to make a climate exist, to bring about a climate of opinion that makes it almost impossible for serious people with a lot of risk to come forward and talk about their experiences.
Sure.
That battle we're really losing. I've worked now with maybe 450 people, something like that, one-on-one, who have had abduction experiences. And one of them was a NASA scientist. I was just approached the other day by my seventh psychiatrist who's had his own experiences, police officers, military, and so forth. Actually, a person I'm going to be working with shortly, her father was up for an Academy Award recently, a major category. These are people from all walks of life who now, of course, if they did come forward, it'd be extremely important for the credibility of the whole issue.
Right, but I was going to ask, what happens to a NASA scientist who claims or claims publicly that he was abducted?
Well, might be looking for a new job. I don't know. It's hard to say, but I would say to any NASA scientist in a situation like that, don't go public, because the climate that's been established of ridicule by these virulent reputation trashers, really,
sure,
is such that they are trying to create a climate in which nobody can come forward and talk about this objectively in terms of personal experience without enormous risk. And to show you the level of the risk, I've received 2 letters, 2 different people, women, who had explored their experiences, and now we're in the divorce court, and their husbands were trying to get custody of the children on the grounds that the wives were crazy because they believed they'd had these experiences. You can imagine, if you were a neurosurgeon, or if you were a police lieutenant, would you ever come forward and talk about that under the present climate of ridicule?
No, I don't think so.
I advise people not to.
It's really amazing that this many do, and if you get a chance to talk to them first, you say, no, don't do it.
I actually do. Now, I'm involved in an extremely important case here in New York involving witnesses to an abduction that was evidently put on for people to see. I mean, a very important political figure was involved as a witness, and it was a kind of a show for this person, I believe, as the inferences you make from the evidence. And there are numerous witnesses, including a new witness that I had just recently uncovered. But the point is, I have given the advice to these people not to come forward because the skeptics are ready to savage anybody who reports this kind of experience.
Well, I was about ready to ask you for some names, but obviously that's not going to happen, is it?
Yeah, can't do it.
Can't do it.
And that's a big problem. That's a battle which we really are losing.
How big a person are we talking about, Bud?
Well, we're talking about, it's hard to say. Let's find an analogy. Let's say the importance of the level of, let's say, a former Secretary of Defense of the United States, a former Prime Minister of Great Britain, something of that level.
Oh, that's
we're talking very, very high.
Yeah, but
the point is...
all right, Bud, listen, the point is we're at the bottom of the hour right now, so let's take a quick break and we'll be right back. My guest is Bud Hopkins, and this is already fascinating stuff. You're listening to Dreamland on a Sunday night from the CBC Radio Network. My guest is Bud Hopkins, and he really ought not need anybody's introduction, and he really doesn't. He is the nation's premier UFO investigator, author of Intruders and Missing Time, and talks about all that sort of thing, and he's telling us now about a fascinating case, actually, involving somebody up high who's had an experience, an apparent abduction, and has been interviewed recently by 48 Hours. And, Bud, I want to ask you about 48 Hours. Have you noticed any sort of sea change, Bud, in the way 48 Hours and other programs are coming at you? In other words, are they more serious about the subject?
Absolutely, Art. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And I believe that this really the change began back in '87, because there was a simultaneous appearance of my book Intruders through Random House, Whitley Strieber's book Communion through Morrow, and Light Years by Gary Kinder. I've forgotten the publisher, but it was a major publisher. 3 books came out at the same time, taking the subject very seriously, and they were published by major publishing houses. And at that point, there was just no way that the press could totally ignore this. And things began to change at that time. I was favorably reviewed in the New York Times and the Washington Post and places like that. 2020 did a piece and so forth. Plus, lots of other things. But the point is that the public is extremely interested in this because I think there is a subtle awareness in this country that this has never gone away, that the subject just, the evidence is there, and that there's an effort on the part of the government and other people to keep this quiet, and people just want more and more to hear about it.
All right, I'd like to understand, Bud, what you can tell us about your own success. In other words, you are regarded, so well regarded throughout the mainstream media, and why is that compared to others who are ridiculed, frankly, and laughed at times? Why?
Well, I don't think maybe you should ask the press to answer that question instead of me. I can just tell you what I try to do, and that is I try to never make any assertions beyond those that I feel the evidence can really support in a very clear-cut way. I tend to sit on aspects of the phenomenon which are more outre, more peculiar, which I cannot really support so well by clear-cut evidence. A lot of people want to go with the most dramatic story they can find, which of course then makes it sound as if, even though they may be very sincere and actually have some evidence for it, but it makes them sound a little bit more like the supermarket dreadfuls, those little papers, than serious individuals. And I think that I can say I haven't really had to retract anything that I've written over the years, simply because I've been very careful. And I think that carefulness comes out because in people's response, and they feel that, well, here's somebody who doesn't sound wild and crazy and does marshal his evidence, and perhaps he should be attended to or listened to. I think that's perhaps, I hope that's the reason why I have received more attention on some of these subjects from mainstream people.
All right. What about people like Phil Klass? Phil Klass I'm going to have on the program in debate in a few weeks. How has Phil treated you? Evenly along with everybody else, Bud?
The man has lied, as a matter of fact. You see, when we talk about balance and Philip Klass, it would be as if you were having a program on politics, and supposing I were Senator Lautenberg, say, and for balance you got Lyndon LaRouche.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand. I'm going to have him on with Stanton Friedman, though, and Stanton can hold his own.
Well, he can hold his own, but, years ago, Mort Saul said that he defined a liberal as a masochist who will buy and read everything a bigot publishes. And I've always thought of Philip Klass as essentially a bigot. There's no sense of his having an open mind on any of these issues. And just to show you what's the typical situation, why I can say these very harsh things, and I don't say harsh things about many people, but as an example, he wrote a book attacking me at great length and attacking a number of abductees, Charles Hickson, Betty Hill, Kathy Davis, many, many different people.
Sure.
Attacking the entire phenomenon, and had never interviewed or spoken to a single solitary person that he wrote the book about.
All right, let's look at motivation for a moment. There are those who say he works for the government, he's part of the disinformation campaign, or do you think it's just a personal thing with him?
Well, I don't really know. I shouldn't even say. If he's working for the government's not getting its money's worth. Let's put it that way. I don't know what his problem is. I think he adores the publicity. But at any rate, I'd just like to make one point very clear, just as an example of the way he operates. He started attacking abductees, and he doesn't do this in any kind of even attempt at a gentle way of saying, well, maybe these people are misguided or something. He implies everyone is a liar and a crook. And this is his basic. Recently in the Times, he said, he was quoted as saying, these people aren't crazy, meaning there isn't a mental problem.
Right.
They're just little nobodies. This is the only way they can get on the Oprah Winfrey show. which I think is, of course, a wonderful piece of self-description on his part.
I'll ask him about that.
But at any rate, I mean, that's not the voice of a scientist. That's the voice of a mad fanatic. And let's always remember that Santayana defined a fanatic as someone who, when he loses sight of his goal, redoubles his efforts.
Yes.
And but this is the point I'd like to make. He started attacking abductees a long time ago, saying if they really had these experiences, they would report them to the FBI. Which is kind of funny. If you're Charles Hickson and you're in Pascagoula, Mississippi in the middle of the night, how do you find the FBI?
Absolutely.
You go to the local police. But at any rate, he said the reason they don't report to the FBI is because there's a federal law against falsely reporting a kidnapping, which would imply that they're aware of that law and therefore since they've made up the whole story, they're afraid to report it.
Right.
Well, of course, to report it to the police, there's a state law always against falsely reporting a kidnapping, too. It's the same thing. It doesn't make any difference. You don't have to bring in the FBI. But years ago, under the Freedom of Information Act, we got an internal FBI memo describing an abduction reported to it in 1967. And copies of that were sent to class, of course. Meanwhile, when I did the Oprah Winfrey Show with him one time, the only time and I will never do it again, the only time I ever appeared with him, I handed him a copy of my letter to the FBI reporting all of the cases that I had been working on and demanding an investigation.
Oh, really? How do you react to that?
Well, he was, of course, his immediate thing was to counterattack and say, well, you should have done it earlier, you know. And, of course, it was an exercise in futility because the letter I got back from the FBI was exactly what I expected. You know, dear Mr. Hopkins, the FBI does not look into such cases. Please report it to MUFON, etc. Any rate, the basic point is that as recently as 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, something like that, someone was interviewing him and he went into his FBI routine again and said, maybe because of the law against it. Maybe that's why, to this day, no one has ever reported a UFO abduction to the FBI. Now, that is an outright lie, which he knows it to be a lie. I don't know what's eating the man. He certainly seems to be an unhappy human being. But I wish you well with your experience. I think I've talked as much as I want to about this man.
Yeah, that's fine. My next question would be a really broad one, Bud. What is it, in your view, which is and has been for years now been seen in our skies? What are all these things? How many of them would you say are legitimate, possible extraterrestrial visitors of some sort?
Right. Well, the first point is as to what they are. I mean, obviously, none of us know what they are in any kind of absolute way. We know what they aren't. The word alien defines something in terms of what it isn't. You know, when I'm in Mexico City, I'm an alien. That's anything about me. The basic point is they're not from Nebraska or wherever. I mean, they are an alien phenomenon. Therefore, what we can say about their origin and their nature is always speculative. And I always quote to show the impossibility of getting at it correctly. Scott Rogo once made the remark that he didn't. I think he must have regretted this. He was a good man and died far too young, but he did make this little slip. And he said he didn't believe that UFO occupants were extraterrestrial because they were not doing what extraterrestrials would do.
Oh, and how does he know what?
Well, that's just the problem.
Yeah.
So when people get into arguments about, I think they're interdimensionals, and somebody says they're time travelers or they're whatever, I just sort of slink away from the argument. We know that they're not human. What do we know about them? We know that they obviously exhibit intelligence. They have a humanoid appearance. They have obviously a technology which is thousands of years ahead of ours. They seem deeply interested in us. They are deeply foreign to us in their sense of not really understanding human emotions. We know many, many, many things about how they behave, but as to what the bottom line is, what their goal is ultimately, what they're going to be doing a year from now, 20 years, 100 years from now, we have no way of knowing.
You are okay, but you are nevertheless convinced that they are in one of those categories, whether it's interdimensional or it's extragalactic or whatever.
They are physically real at least some of the time. Now they seem to be able to dematerialize, virtually disappear, and so forth and so on. Whether you want to invent a term called interdimensional, or whether we want to just say it's an advanced technology, you can flip a coin. It doesn't really make any difference to me. But the point is that they represent a non-human intelligence from elsewhere, which is of enormous advancement over us technologically and so on.
All right, we are a commercial operation, so we're going to do a little of that right now, Bud. Relax for a second. We'll be right back to you.
Okay.
All right, my guest is Bud Hopkins, and if you've been listening, you well understand what the subject matter is. We'll be right back with more of it. The Gold
You can take some calls tonight.
Yes, we are.
Very interested in that.
Yes, well, they're coming up in the next hour, Bud.
Good.
Absolutely. Are these friendly beings, or are they, what are they? In other words, we see one of these things, what would you advise a person? Walk up and offer your hand, or run like hell?
Well, the truth of the matter is you're probably not going to have any choice one way or the other in this. They seem to be able to control the situation as they need to. Now, the basic point about this, which is extremely, I think, central to understand, is that all of our science fiction films and the simple stories and so forth have always dealt with visitors from outside, extraterrestrials or whatever, as one of two types. Either they're going to come as conquerors, body snatchers, etc., or they're going to come as saviors to clean up the environment and close up the hole in the ozone layer, etc. They're either going to be, in other words, gods or devils.
Yes.
And neither one of those descriptions fits what we're getting. What we're getting is, we might call a third world, a third force. They seem to have their own agenda. Their own agenda does not involve any kind of causing of deliberate pain or deliberate hardship or taking over the world or anything of that sort at this point, because they've been here for a long time, and I have abduction cases that go back to 1929. They could have done an awful lot of mischief had they wanted to in the meantime. And, of course, in all of that time, there's absolutely no sign they've done anything to help us out either. Nothing stopped, for instance, the Holocaust. Nothing stopped our dropping bombs on Hiroshima. Nobody stopped the Korean War, the Vietnam War, or the carnage and the genocide that various factions have practiced since then. Nobody stopped the spread of AIDS, the problems of cancer, the difficulties with our planet, the environment. They seem to be bent on their own purposes, which are not malevolent or benevolent. And that's a very tough one to understand.
All right, so then maybe they're closer to actually just monitoring what we're doing.
Well, they seem to be monitoring it, but they seem to be taking material from us and taking from us with as little disruption as possible, it would seem, as little deliberate disruption. The involuntary disruptions, the side effects of what they're doing are truly horrendous. I don't think they understand the terror and the confusion and the self-doubt and the family disorders and dysfunctions and so on that follow in the wake of what they've been doing over these years. But I don't see that those are intended results. So they are taking from us our genetic material, our DNA, our particular genetic makeup, because it seems, and this is the basic theme of my book, Intruders, and really this has been replicated and is accepted by virtually all abduction researchers that I know of. They are picking people up in childhood and picking them up again at intervals throughout their lives as objects of study. And they seem to be taking sperm and ova samples and genetic material in what is apparently an attempt to create a mixture of themselves and ourselves, a hybrid being. And quite along with that, they seem extremely interested in understanding our emotions, our thoughts, our feelings about one another, our sense of relationship with one another, love we feel for one another, for our children, and so forth. All of those wonderful human things they seem to lack, and they seem to be very anxious to acquire them.
Well, as you look at their behavior, Bud, would you say they're more likely, let's see, how can I put this? Would you say they're more likely our creators, or they are tampering with what has been created?
Boy, that's a tough one to answer. I mean, we're out in real deep speculation. I mean, there are a lot of people who talk about them as our creators and so forth. The idea being that we must have some common genetic roots for a hybrid program to work. I really don't know how to answer that. My feeling, though, Art, actually, is that on Earth, females carry their babies for 9 months. The fetus is in their bodies. And when they give birth, there's a tremendous sense of connection, of bonding with their children. If you imagine some kind of developed species which no longer reproduces by that method, which no longer has females that go through the discomfort and warmth and everything else of carrying a child inside the body and giving it nurturance and so forth, if they have evolved past that and they somehow need that, they feel that perhaps they've reached some kind of evolutionary dead end. And there are reports that would suggest that we can't, again, we're in speculation.
Okay, again, that it is they have reached the dead end.
Yes, exactly. They rather than us. I think they're envious of us, to tell you the truth. I think that they're gaining spiritual and emotional nurturance from us at the same time that they're taking, forcibly I should say, genetic material.
All right, a lot of people speculate in order to do that, there was with our government or somebody a deal made, but a long time ago, some kind of a technology swap for genetic tampering permission or whatever.
I think that's totally without foundation. I think it's even kind of ludicrous, just on the ground that if all we've gotten out of it is some stealth technology, as people allege, stealth planes manage to cost an inordinate amount of money and don't even work very well. I don't know what we've gotten out of it. I don't see anything that we've gotten out of it that any kind of quantum leap in technology. I wouldn't, on the other hand, say that we haven't perhaps found wreckage if they have had accidents and acquired that wreckage and tried to reverse engineer that wreckage in some way to learn what makes their equipment go. But the idea that, I always used to think, under the previous administration, I always sort of made a joke about it, that I always saw the idea of small gray men with clipboards standing in Dan Quayle's office with a list of children they wanted to abduct that week, or aluminum siding salesmen or whatever. I mean, it's just totally foolish. They can do whatever they want to do. They don't have to ask any government permission from anybody. I think that kind of theory gets foisted upon us because a lot of people who look into this have a natural paranoid tendency. And I don't mean that in the strict clinical meaning, but conspiracy theories are wonderful for a lot of people.
They abound.
And, of course, you understand paranoia is a wonderful thing because it instantly organizes what's otherwise chaotic. If you and I have a flat tire in the afternoon and lose at poker in the evening, we think we had a couple of bad breaks, but the paranoid will tell you who did it to you and why.
That's right.
So the point is that if there's a lot of paranoia about the UFO phenomenon, there's, of course, tremendous paranoia, and some of it obviously very deserved on the part of belief about the government. So if you can put the two together and say the two are working hand in hand, we've got a kind of very satisfactory thing.
All right, you almost speak as though there is not a government cover-up. We're close to the top.
No.
There is one.
Absolutely. But there's a big difference between complicity and some kind of a deal that where the government or some branch thereof is quote-unquote allowing the aliens to abduct thousands and thousands and thousands of our citizens daily.
So, in other words, you think the government may understand that it is here and that they are here and even have evidence of that, but not really know what the story is themselves?
Absolutely. I think that their knowledge is far more extensive, I'm sure, whatever branch this is, than my knowledge or anyone else's. But the point is, what can they do about it? I've used this example again and again. If all a president can say is, ladies and gentlemen, they're here and they're flying around, they can outfly anything we have, and they're taking our people on these 1 and 2 and 3 hour abduction events, medical experiments, sperm and ova sample being taken. They erase people's memories. We have no idea what it's ultimately leading to, whether they're going to be friendly or not. We don't know what this is all about. There's nothing we can do about it. Thank you. Good night. We'll talk about it when we hear more.
So in other words, why say anything? You're just going to scare a whole bunch of people and
Without any, could you imagine being in the bond market when something like that drops?
No, I cannot. Bud Hopkins, hold on. We're going to take a break, top of the hour, then we'll come back and take phone calls.
Radio Network.
And we own the night or evening, whatever day part it happens to be. My guest is Bud Hopkins. And as the man just told you, those are the telephone numbers. The telephone lines are now open. Bud is our nation's, I believe, premier UFO investigator. I'm honored to have him on the program. Bud, are you there?
I certainly am.
Okay.
And if I may just make a comment, because we do live in the real world too, with this, all the rest of this, I'm sort of astonished at the heavy-duty right-wing bias of the news reports we're getting. It's really quite a program. It isn't so much news as a little sermonette about how bad anything liberal is. I'm surprised. But anyway, I don't want to short-circuit what we're talking about. But we do live in the real world, and these other things are important to us, too.
They really are. And does the twain ever meet, Bud?
Oh, yeah.
It does.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the twain meets in the sense that these experiences, and we're again dealing with the whole abduction phenomenon, these experiences have such powerful effects on people's lives that there is no way that your day-to-day existence is not affected very subtly by what's happened to you. Now, just to give you a quick example, if these experiences have happened in childhood, and that's where they seem to always start, person is abducted as a little child, and you're 5 years old, and you wake up and you can't move, you're totally paralyzed, and you feel there's some strange figure that's come out of the closet or whatever with his huge black eyes, and you feel yourself floating or whatever, and you don't remember all of the experience. You come back with a cut on your leg that wasn't there. Maybe you're upside down in your bed, or maybe your pajamas are no longer on, they're on the floor or something, and all the signs of physical problems. And you start calling out for help for your parents, and your mother says, you just had a bad dream, get back in bed. And you try to say it wasn't a dream, it was real.
Right.
What happens, of course, is a terrible kind of split develops between the child and his or her sense of trust of adults. And if the adults begin to feel maybe something like this really is happening, they begin to feel a tremendous sense of impotence, helplessness in protecting your own families. And much of this can remain unspoken. And it does not help anybody in your day-to-day existence, whether you're talking about your first-grade teacher or your friends at school. You're afraid to let them know that these strange things are happening to you, which you think, am I crazy? Is this me? Or what is this?
Sure. All right, but one other thing. You brought up politics, so one question, then we'll go to the phones, and that is, this administration, they've revealed an awful lot about the nuclear testing and a bunch of other baloney that's going on. What kind of hopes do you have that they're going to release information or what they know about UFOs?
Well, my hopes are slender, sad to say. I mean, we have been hearing day after year after year after year this is the year and they're going to come clean and so on and so forth. I honestly don't see how they can do that without really terrifying the country. They've put themselves in a completely terrible position by the government cover-up program, because by denigrating the experiences of literally millions of people, they're really saying you didn't have these experiences. You either made them up, you're a liar, or you're mentally ill. It didn't happen. Some problem psychologically, and this is, of course, very much like on a national scale what I was describing within a family, where the parents are telling the children, "This didn't happen to you. You just had a dream," and the child knows it wasn't a dream. The people who've had these experiences know that the government is lying to them, and of course it means that they have no place to go although we're trying to supply that as best we can with our limited resources. Numbers of researchers and mental health professionals are turning around to do this, but to help people as best they can. Enormous damage, and of course if they admit now after years of lying about it, as I said, I wouldn't want to be in the bond market when this happens. So they're really in a spot.
Right. All right. Let's take some phone calls. On our toll-free line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening. Where are you calling from, please?
Portland, Oregon.
Portland, Oregon. All right. Go ahead.
Well, I had a recent experience, and I was just wondering how familiar this is. Not too long ago, I had just gone to bed with my fiance, and it was quite late. It was about midnight, and I felt as though something had entered my room, and I opened my eyes, or tried to open my eyes, and my vision started to just kind of blur, and then my hearing went out, and I was completely paralyzed. And all I really do remember seeing is something kind of dark, and not too huge, but kind of large. And then I remember trying to yell or scream for my fiance, and all I remember being able to do is kind of mumble and groan a little bit. And then not too long after that, he was shaking me, as if he was trying to wake me up. And then after that had happened, I still couldn't move or hear or anything. And then there was like this loud wind in my ears. And then I was able to get up and scream and tell him to turn on the lights. And that's basically all I remember, except for that the next morning I woke up and had a bruise across my shoulder that hadn't been there before.
Yeah. Well, this is something that should definitely be looked into, and we have some people in Portland. You're very fortunate to be in a city where there's a very sensitive investigator whose name I don't want to give over the air here. This is what I would suggest you do. If you write to me, this is the address for anyone who wants to describe an experience. Just write to me, care of IF, just the initials IF. It stands actually for Intruders Foundation, but just say IF.
Okay.
Box 30233.
Okay.
And that's New York, New York. And the zip is 10011.
Okay.
Now, if you write to me, and we will put you in touch with a very skilled and helpful and very, very warm person, an investigator in the Portland area who has had these experiences herself. And she has a support group and people who can be of help. But your experience should very definitely be looked into.
All right.
Well, I have another question. Does this usually happen because not too long before that I had kind of a sighting. I'm not too sure exactly what I had seen, but it was definitely something not usual or out of, kind of.
All right. Listen on the radio for us, please, ma'am. Is that typical sighting and experience?
It's not necessary. Many people have these experiences without remembering a sighting or without having had a recent sighting. According to the Roper survey, it would suggest that perhaps more people have had abduction experiences than have had UFO sightings. We used to think of the abduction as a kind of a bizarre, very minor aspect of the whole phenomenon, but now I think it's, of course, the central purpose, and UFOs are, as it were, the getaway car. As I pointed out, we spent originally, before we accepted the idea of abductions, we spent many years trying to get the license plate number on the getaway car without having figured out what the crime was.
Right.
So UFO sightings are not necessary for someone to have had these experiences.
All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening. Where are you calling from, please?
Good evening. This is Fritz from Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Yes. Okay, Fritz, go ahead.
Now to a very serious, sensitive subject about the alien. Way back in 1965, I learned about two alien federations on a cosmic doorstep. Now, the kind ones with a democratic, utopian, free will belief, and the not-so-kind ones with a socialistic, I'm your leader, you will follow me system. What I want to say is that for hundreds of years there has been a great conflict over who will connect with this solar system. Now, my question to Bud is, have you heard in your research run into this conflict about the two alien races out there who want to see this take over the Earth sooner or later?
All right, thanks, Fritz. Well, we've got the left and the right in this country. It's kind of a question about extragalactic politics.
I would say that what's been described here is essentially, with all due respect to Fritz, it sounds to me like the kind of projection that we get from people who want to put this in the duality of gods and devils, gods and demons, and so forth, that I was talking about earlier before. I haven't seen in the 18 years I've been doing this kind of research, I haven't seen any sign that we have different groups doing specifically different things. Now, we have different physical types described from time time to time, but they very often are seen in the same ship doing the same kind of work with human beings that I've been describing.
Do you think that they are in contact with each other, aware of each other, or could we, are we being simultaneously contacted or sporadically contacted by many different groups and different origins?
Very hard question to answer, Art. What I said, though, essentially is, as an example, in one California case, the woman reported small gray figures with huge heads and black eyes, and a tall figure that was more insect-like with huge eyes. People have made associations with the praying mantis look and so forth. And in that same ship was a relatively speaking normal human being. But they were all cooperating in these genetic experiments as I've been describing. So it would seem that we don't have different groups doing different things. I suspect that although we have no idea where the place of origin of these figures are or whatnot, there doesn't seem to be a different groups doing different projects.
Kind of a consortium, then.
Yeah, it would seem to be.
All right. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening.
Well, good evening. I can't believe I got through.
You have. Where are you calling from?
This is Bill in Albuquerque.
Yes, Bill.
And I wanted to ask Mr. Hopkins if he's the one that wrote Missing Time. I read that book, and I forgot it completely. Is he with the aliens?
You mean you had a missing memory about a book, right?
Yeah,
Called
about
Missing
your
Time?
book. About your book. No, my question is brief. I want to know if you think that we have experimental aircraft that flies as fast as the speed of light.
All right. All right.
Mr. Bell's guess.
I would doubt that very seriously. I'm not a scientist, but I would doubt very seriously if we have anything that remotely approaches the speed of light. I think that there are undoubtedly aircraft under in the planning stages, advanced aircraft of one sort or another, and also there is evidence that has come up actually in Nevada and so forth that would suggest that perhaps there's been some reverse engineering of crashed UFOs,
right,
which would suggest an attempt to try to get something to work. But the idea that we've got anything that can go near the speed of light, that if somebody had that, NASA would be out of business and somebody would be making zillions of dollars at it and so on. So,
what about modes of travel, Bud? I've heard a lot of people talk about the bending of time and space and leap across that bend. Have you heard a lot about that?
There are lots of theories of that sort, and we really don't know what to make of it. I mean, I don't. As I say, leave that kind of speculation to other people. I'd rather stay with the data and away from heavy speculation. It's fun to do, but we know that this is going on in the lives of many, many millions of people, actually. How they get here, how they travel, where they're coming from. I mean, the idea, for instance, that they are necessarily locked into a planetary system somewhere is not necessarily true. I mean, it's highly possible since we have had up in space a Skylab at one point, and space stations are going to be built by us within not too long a period, orbiting Skylabs, and one could imagine that an environment could have been constructed, and it could be movable through space, and so they might not be tied down to a planet. Who knows?
All right, good. Well, I think that's why you're so highly regarded. You don't, on a moment's notice or a second's notice, leap into the unknown.
We don't. Yes,
we don't know. Good. All right. Good evening. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Where are you calling from, please?
Lawrence Laboratories, Livermore, California.
Very good.
Well, I'd like to contribute by helping Bud Hopkins and your audience understand the nature and the origin of UFOs.
All right, sir. Are you on a speakerphone? And if you are, could you pick up the telephone?
Well, I can't do that because I'm in an unsecured area, and I don't want my fellow workers to know tonight.
That's just fine, then. Go ahead. We'll put up with it.
Just before Einstein passed away in the 50s, he was working on the time continuum theory and trying to explain it. UFOs are simply our descendant scientists from the future who are visiting us from all points in the future and studying mankind without interference.
And on what basis do you conclude that?
Well, Lawrence Laboratories in Berkeley is working on some of the projects.
Well, the idea of time traveling, of course, has been brought up many, many times as a theory, and I don't see that really changes anything, frankly.
I'm really taking a chance on even talking about it.
I understand, and you are giving us news. Can you give us some idea of what technologies you're talking about, please?
Well, the different crafts that you see are simply the different time machines, modes of travel machines that are from all different points in the future. They're simply scientists who are coming back with a policy of non-interference, studying the history of mankind. That's why they're taking DNA samples to the future to find out what has gone wrong with mankind in the future.
That's quite incredible, and
they're not extraterrestrials. They're from right here.
They're from right here.
That's why we see ships, as you call them, materialize and dematerialize, because they're simply going in and out of time.
The issues, the descriptions, of course, here of time traveling. I mean, it fits one of the modes of explanation of the UFO phenomenon that we've had for a long, long time, along with, ideas of interdimensionality and so forth. So what you're saying is, as a theory, it's been around a long time. The news would be, if you can say officially that this is some kind of government, that Lawrence Livermore Laboratories is working on something.
There is a point in the future where mankind learns to travel in time.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and it's less than 200 years.
Uh-huh. Well, the issue would be if some kind of statement could be made that would be official about this, that would be big news.
Maybe this caller would like to comment on the paradox problem, since you seem familiar with what...
There is no paradox if there's non-interference.
All right, good enough. All right, I've got to run, caller.
Well, there is, of course, an amazing amount of interference. Lives are being interfered with daily. Suicides have resulted in this. In other words, the interference is extraordinary. So it isn't a question of let's say, deliberate interference in the sense that governments are being changed or altered or something, but lives are being altered on a vast scale. I don't feel it is possible to say there's been no interference.
But that was a remarkable call. Would you like that person to contact you privately?
Well, I would like to hear more. Yes, absolutely. And he could, that address could be given. I would like to talk to him about it. As I say, the theory has been around for a long, long time. The question is whether or not there's some kind of official statement coming from, from a research scientist.
Absolutely. All right, Bud.
That's the news.
Yes, that might be big news. But hold on, we've got a couple of things to do. Let's get those done. And let me give Bud's address. Write simply to if box 30233, New York, New York 10011. Did you get that? If box 30233, New York, New York 10011. And we'll be back to Bud Hopkins in just a moment. I want you to know...
Okay.
All right. Hello there. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Grants Pass, Oregon.
Yes, KOPE.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello there.
Hello there.
I find this absolutely fascinating.
Good.
Who am I speaking to?
This is Bud Hopkins.
Oh. Have you heard of the Sumerian story of how humans came to Earth?
This is, are you talking about the ancient astronaut work, and this is Sitchin's work and so forth?
Yes, about the two brothers who came down from a corrupt planet. Their father was the leader, and his name was phonetically written as a star. One of the brothers had a staff with a snake on it.
Yeah, this answer you've gotten from Sitchin's books, is that right?
Some of them, yes, and some of the ancient writings of the Sumerians.
Right.
I find this absolutely fascinating, and I find it also plausible. Do you? Since they took the fertilized egg of a human being here on Earth and reimplanted it in the egg of the female astronaut, it seems to me so modern in its concept. Then they wouldn't have any idea that this was possible.
Right.
All right.
Well,
we're way short on time. It's almost mythology.
Essentially, I just hesitate to ever speculate on ancient astronaut issues. There's so much going on. I've had two two people called me not too long ago, in the past month. Two people called me after they had been returned from an abduction that had ended within about a minute or two from their phone call to me. And to worry about the Sumerians at this point in my life seems a long way away. I'll leave that to the historians.
All right, Bud, we're at the bottom of the hour. It's almost mythology, isn't it?
Yes, it really is.
All right, Bud Hopkins is my guest. This is Dreamland on a Sunday night. I'm Art Bell.
Now again, here's Art Bell.
And Bud Hopkins, good evening, everybody. An unusual opportunity for you to talk to what I think most of us consider to be our nation's premier UFO investigator, Bud Hopkins. Bud, are you still there?
I certainly am, and I'd like to make a comment here. Your point was the man was on a speakerphone a minute ago on the Lawrence Livermore call?
Well, when I first heard him, I thought it was a speakerphone, and it may have been, and it also sounded like a portable because I heard it kind of wishing around a little bit.
I see. What did he say it was?
What do you mean?
I forgot what he said, what kind of phone it was. I'm a little suspicious of the call, frankly.
Yeah, I'm glad you had a chance to think about it. You thought it was perhaps not real at all.
People don't tend to call and say, I'm calling from Lawrence Livermore Laboratories, to tell you the truth.
It's true.
If someone is from a very highly secure area, making a phone call and having his voice go out and so forth, with apparently sensitive material, it's not the sort of thing that you announce on them.
It is true. We're talking careers here.
Yes, exactly. It's much more likely to say I'm a truck driver who stopped at a truck stop here, but I have this information. This is what I have heard or something. Anyway, we can move on, but I just wanted to say for the audience, I may be doing this gentleman an injustice, but I'm not so sure about it.
Let's see what you get in the mail.
Okay.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening.
Hi, I'd like to...
All right, hold on, sir. Don't do anything yet. Turn off your radio first. That's number one.
Okay.
All right, now tell us where you're calling from.
All right, my name is Eric, and I'm calling from Eugene, Oregon.
Eugene, Oregon. All right, go ahead.
And I'm calling to find out, are you familiar with Al Bielek and his time travel experiments?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And how likely are they right now? How likely do you think that they are?
All right, thank you. That's a question about the credibility of Al Bielek.
Yes. Well, that's a hard question for me to answer because I'm not as familiar with it as I should be. I'm aware of it. I know that he has devoted a lot of time to writing about it, lecturing about it, and I would prefer to just let this one kind of dangle. I don't like to step out and pontificate in areas that I'm not as sure as my knowledge and information as I should be.
All right, well,
let this one go.
All right, let's go away from Al Bielek, though, and let me ask you about the Philadelphia experiment. Did something, in your view, Bud, happen?
My general sense is that no, it did not happen in the way it was originally reported. Now, of course, Mr. Moore, who wrote the book about the Philadelphia experiment with Berlitz, I believe, together, has since felt that the evidence is not really compelling that such an event took place. That was a long time ago, and obviously every single one of these issues, such as that amazing event, the disappearance and reconstitution of a ship and so forth, if something like that were feasible, I think we would have used this in one way or another, militarily or commercially, whatnot. One of the problems, of course, with all of these ideas of which verge on conspiracy theory about super duper government military gear or material that could have military usage, is that people forget we went through a war, and the Gulf War recently, and of course we had no real special equipment in that war that gave us the ending we would have liked to have had.
Mm-hmm.
If we had had some really incredible equipment, I think right now, as I've always said, Saddam Hussein would be sitting in a jail cell right now next to Noriega, and we would still have Bush as president. We would still have the head of the CIA as the head of the CIA. The Joint Chiefs of Staff would still be in place, and so on.
None of that happened.
All right. Well, that's a really good point. What about the other major event in fairly distant history? The one in New Mexico that Representative Schiff is now going to cause the GAO to apparently investigate.
Well, that's a very different issue because that has to do with alien technology, not military technology, such as the Philadelphia experiment would indicate. This is an alien event. I have absolute now, after many years of studying the evidence and noticing more evidence as it's accumulated. Some very good research. Don Schmidt's been doing wonderful research on that. So is Stan Friedman, a number of people. I think that I definitely feel that something crashed, a UFO crashed, or two, perhaps. There was the speculation that two collided. Bodies were recovered, material was recovered, and I have no doubt about that at this point.
All right. Very good. And on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening.
Hi, Art. This is Brandy in Bakersfield.
Brandy in Bakersfield. Hi, Brandy.
Hi. I was disappointed because baseball preempted this show, so I've only been listening since 8:30.
Oh, well, we're sorry about that.
Oh, I mean, it's not your fault. The people at KNYE. But anyway, I wanted to say it's a pleasure to speak with you, Bud. I just wanted to ask you, since you've researched this for many years, do you think that demonology plays any type of role in these abductions? And also, is there any way that Whitley Strieber could also come on the show?
All right.
Take it off the air. Thanks, Art.
All right, thank you. And, of course, there is. I'll answer the second question. Demonology, I'm sure you get that one a lot, Bud.
Yeah. Well, again, as I've tried to explain, we have a basic need to kind of shove the whole alien phenomenon, abduction phenomenon, UFO phenomenon, into the idea of gods or devils. And I do not connect this with any kind of theological beings, demons, just as I don't connect it with theological beings, angels. I think that this is a very distinct phenomenon. Now, I'm not going to say that I don't believe that there are necessarily gods and devils in the real world. I don't want to get into a theological hassle here. We'll get a million calls from people consigning me to hell for my opinion, so I will stay away from that. But I definitely feel that this is its own business. It is not connected with demons. There are very, very possible mistaking identity situations where people feel the child is possessed of a devil or whatnot who is having abduction experiences, and it might be kind of hard for some people to tell. I had a case where a woman here in New York, her parents were rather not very well educated, first-generation Italian family, and they used to bring in the priest every now and then with holy water to bless the apartment because these strange little men with big black eyes were coming through the walls.
Oh, boy.
And what else to do? They must be demons. So there is some confusion here, but I think it is a separate phenomenon.
Well, let me turn the question around. Is that one of the main reasons that we're not told about all this because of the reaction in religious circles?
Well, I mean, that is certainly possible. That it creates a lot of problems for religious people, but it is not necessarily an insoluble problem. We have to remember, because, and I should mention that I have worked with a number of born-again Christians who are also abductees, and there was a problem for them of reconciling what was happening to them to their abduction experiences.
Sure.
And as I pointed out, many years ago, it was believed back in the time of Galileo that if the idea was accepted that we were not the center of the universe, that we were simply in a planet going around the sun amongst many other suns, then that would mean the end of religion. And because it was against the Bible, it was this, that, and the other thing. And that was what the theologians of the time believed. And, of course, now virtually everybody understands that we are just a planet going in a particular solar system. But that has not damaged religion. Theologians managed to make sense of this and harmonize this new information with the Bible, and Christianity has not suffered as a result. And I think the same thing can happen with this.
All right, good. Well, I want to get off course here. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening. Where are you calling from?
Spokane, Washington.
Spokane, Washington, all right.
Mr. Hopkins.
Yes, sir.
Yes. How many of these abduction cases were preceded by a red light, a ball of red light coming through the wall first, like a probe?
Well, many, many people who have had abduction experiences at one point or another have noticed unusual lights or balls of light in the room with them, coming through the wall, coming down the hall, whatnot. Often people describe these lights as
acting as if they're intelligent, as if they're looking at you. I'm curious about, since you raised the question, that you must have had an experience along these lines.
Yes, sir. Much like the young lady related about 15 minutes ago where she was paralyzed.
Yeah, well, that's a classic account. Yeah. What was your experience, sir?
Well, I woke up. I called before and talked to Linda Howe about this, and also Mr. Bell. But I woke up to a droning, whirring noise in the room, just whirring, a mechanical droning. That woke me up. And I looked up and he had a gigantic crucifix on the wall, and the ball of light came out the crucifix, and it just pulsated there, about the size of a baseball. And then it tracked the ceiling, went over the ceiling, went down her side of the room, and I tried to wake her up. And my girlfriend's really like sleep. I said, wake up, please wake up, look at this. And she wouldn't wake up.
Yeah.
And when it got on her back, it pulsated for 30 minutes on her back, and she was sleeping on her stomach. It then proceeded off her back onto my chest. Now, once it got on my chest, I couldn't scream out no more.
Yeah.
I couldn't move. I started sweating because I was fighting it. I was trying to sit up in bed, but I could not move. All my eyeballs could do was go round and round.
Yeah.
Next thing I passed out or went to sleep.
Yeah.
I woke up about an hour and a half later, and the ball of light was leaving my chest, going off my body to the floor, back on the crucifix where it just pulsated for about a minute. And it just went into the crucifix and out the wall. And it took me about a half an hour to recover before I could get up.
Right.
Now, but I was going to ask you, have you ever had anybody, do a study? My last name is Simon. And have you ever had anybody do a study to see how many people with religious last names, are being tracked and like Abraham?
I honestly, Mr. Simon, I don't think there's any reason to think that any particular person is being singled out for this because of their religious beliefs or last name or anything of that sort. I mean, this is a worldwide phenomenon. We're getting this in areas where there are no Christians to speak of. For instance, these things are occurring in China, in the Orient, in the backwaters of Africa and South America and so forth, with people with very, very definitely non-Christian beliefs. This is not something that is limited to people with a particular religious background. I think that's a coincidence in your case, sir, but what you described, though, certainly seems like something that should be looked into. So, again, if you'd like to write, I can put you in touch with somebody perhaps near you.
Boy, the MO is beginning to sound familiar now, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, Art, let me tell you that when we did the Roper survey, one of the questions we asked was, have you ever, and these were not beliefs, these were, have you had these experiences? One of the questions they asked was, have you ever seen unusual lights or balls of light in a room with you, which neither you nor anyone else could explain? And actually, 8% of the American people said yes to that, which is extraordinary.
That is extraordinary.
So even if you say that's 4 times too many, say, but you cut it down to mistakes or, people misread things, you're still dealing with a very high percentage. And even if it's, as we found with the Roper survey, using 5 basic indicator questions, one of which dealt with the paralysis, just as both of these people have explained, have described it very eloquently, periods of missing time where they have no idea where they were, how it happened, or why it happened, and so on. With these 5 questions, we came out with 2% of the American people said yes to 4 out of 5 of these questions, which would indicate if they are abductees, and it's certainly likely, we're dealing with, say, perhaps 5 million Americans who have been through this.
That's a lot of occurrences, but hold on just a moment. We'll come right back to you. Back to the telephones, and on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Where are you calling from?
San Jose, California.
San Jose, good.
Hi, Art. Hello, Bud. This is Tim from San Jose.
Well, Tim, how are you?
I'm fine. How have you been?
Very well.
I just wanted to share something with you. Yesterday morning, my daughter and her mom had an experience. They had a visitation. Her mom woke up with an extremely sore throat, nauseous, nasals were stinging, disoriented. She had a blue fluid coming from her nose, one nostril.
Oh, boy.
She threw up, and she called me. I was curious if you'd heard of any sort of blue fluid with other cases like that.
Well, that's coming from her nostril. Was there any way of saving any fluid?
She wasn't thinking of that at the time.
Yeah. We have a lot of different strange fluids from various bodily orifices which have created stains, and we have saved the material. It's very hard to analyze some of this stuff if you don't have much of it, and if it's very embedded in fabric. It's quite expensive to do it. But things like that have been reported more often, actually, kind of a brown fluid.
Yeah.
How about your daughter?
She seemed to be okay. We took her to an emergency pediatrician just to make sure. I tried to share this phenomenon with him. I showed him the pamphlet that you and the Bigelow Foundation wrote, Unusual Personal Experiences, I think it is. He wasn't receptive at all. He laughed about it, shrugged it off, and didn't even want to take the pamphlet.
Did she report anything specifically happening, her recollections, your daughter?
No, she had no recollection of the event.
But was anything physical?
Not to her, but to her mother, yeah.
More to her mother than to her, yeah. Well, let's hope she wasn't taken.
No.
Well, thanks very much, Tim. I'm, sorry this happened. These have been extremely difficult situations to handle for a family, but I think you're doing a fine job.
Would you recommend somebody like that, Bud, investigate further, contact somebody, find out if, in fact, the child or the mother or both were taken?
Well, I certainly would. The mother has worked with a psychologist in the area who's very, very helpful. Has done a very good job, and since I know Tim, there are various people in the area, including another pediatrician and others who could be helpful. We do have quite a group. This is generally in the San Francisco area. We have some very good people out there. Tim has got some support, which is very helpful to him. And
but is there any geographic area that is visited more frequently, apparently, or is it just simply completely random?
It's very, very hard to tell because obviously what you hear about is only what the press or letter writers or whatever are willing to present. And, of course, if it's a very conservative community where this is frowned upon, you're not going to get people talking about it as openly. For instance, in New York City, I have people reporting these experiences who are, let's say, white middle-class people, etc. I have quite a few African-American background people and Hispanics, but very few Orientals. And it isn't that I think this isn't happening to Oriental people, but I think that in such numbers, I think that there's a reticence, perhaps, as a societal norm in that particular group to talk about this sort of thing.
Some sort of cultural bias.
Exactly. So if you go to, for instance, a Bible Belt town in the South, there might be a lot going on, but it might be attributed to demons, or it might be something that people feel hesitant to talk about. And so you simply would think, well, we have a big blank in this area, we're not getting any reports, and yet that might not be the case.
No, that's a good point. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening.
Yes, good evening, Art. Fascinating show this evening, because I'm curious, going back to when you talked about a lot of this happens to children when they're younger, have you ever discovered that this was either a cover-up for child abuse, or that child abusers have used this guise or for UFO abductions?
All right, or Bud, the other way around.
Well, that's a very interesting point, and I'm glad you brought that up, because this has been let's say the explanation du jour of many groups of skeptics on the subject, that the essential point is people they believe are being sexually abused and are somehow blanking out that memory and substituting for it a fantasy where they bring in aliens, which is an issue they can handle better than the fact that it was old Uncle Sid or Aunt Martha or whoever who did the abusing. And, of course, if that were the case, we would expect to find amongst abductees a very low level of people reporting sexual abuse. And, in fact, from the work that was done by Dr. Kenneth Ring and other people with abductees, we get just as high a percentage of abductees reporting sexual abuse by normal humans in the bad old way as we get with people who have not had abductions. So there's no sense that then these people are, as a group, are substituting abduction experiences. Since they're remembering the child abuse too. What's more, and I'll give you a very quick and very sad story, I have a number of cases like this. In this case, told me by the mother, her little boy, and this is rather graphic, and I'm sorry about this, but her little boy at the age of, I think he was 5 or 4, She was divorced. He was having the husband had visiting rights, and the little boy would stay with him on the weekends. And the mother said, who was a registered nurse, she found her little boy in his bedroom with a screwdriver, which he was trying to insert in his rectum.
Oh, my God.
And he told her, when she was, of course, horrified, he said, that's what the man does. He uses a tool or something like this. Well, at any rate, she naturally assumed sexual abuse on the part of her husband, who vehemently denied it, but she went to court and got a court order barring her husband permanently any visiting rights whatsoever with the child. And the husband moved away, and of course, within a couple of months, the child was again talking, and he had some damage to the tissues, rectal tissues. He said the men had come in again, and they had big black eyes, and he was frightened, and they had used some instrument there, and plus a whole other range of things he was describing.
I wonder how many times Uncle Sid is in jail because of an abduction.
Well, I can assure you that it must have happened, because I have many cases where, a number of cases, one in which a woman had thought that she had been raped by her father at the age of 12. And that she had harbored these feelings all her life, never accused him. He never really changed his behavior. But the description of the rape scene, which I can't even go into, it's very, very odd. There's nothing about it that sounds like a rape, but her father was present. And as we explored the experience, it seems that it was an abduction of the two of them. And at one point, he was in the ship without clothes, as she was in the ship without clothes, and things are being done to the two of them. So it was interpreted as a rape. But I can assure you that just even the questioning from what she remembered consciously had nothing about it that suggested violence. She remembered that she was lying down, that she was unable to move, that she had no clothes on whatsoever. There was no sense of any violence or struggle. She felt that something was inserted into her body. There was no sense of another figure, of another body in relation to hers, etc. That her father was standing off to one side, unmoving.
Nevertheless, but it isn't really a defense you'd use anyway, is it? It wasn't me, it was the grave.
No, it wouldn't hold any water, and I really do feel... Now, see, there may be some cases. I would not ever say that there aren't any cases where what the gentleman suggested might not have happened, where somebody could have invented some sort of story. Lord knows the mind is very fertile when it comes to trying to cover up trauma and rationalize.
It is. It reaches out and tries to explain. Bud, we're at the top of the hour, so relax for about 5 minutes. We'll do one more hour.
Okay.
Bud Hopkins is my guest. Fascinating night. We'll be back with more in about 5.
A lot of the abduction accounts talk about implants, and it's like in the nose, nasal area. My question is, why don't we see these devices? And it would seem to me that if someone felt they had an implant in their nasal area, that they'd go and get some type of scan, like an MRI or a PET scan.
Right.
It seemed like it'd be really easy to detect something like that with the technology that we have today.
All right, well, that is a good question.
Very good question.
And have we detected any, Bud?
Yeah. Now, this is a complicated subject I'm getting much more interested in as time goes on. There have been, I know now personally of 2 cases where an X-ray indicated the presence of a strange object. And before the X-ray, before anybody could do anything about the situation, in one case the X-ray was not in the possession of the person with the implant until a week after it was taken. That person was re-abducted, found herself bleeding from the nostril when she woke up in the morning, and evidently our little friends in the sky had come back and removed it. As if when the X-ray was taken, some alarm bell goes off, so to speak, and they come and take it. The second case happened to be a woman in whose child, it was actually the child involved, was about a 5-year-old girl who had been having abduction experiences, and she had an accident completely unconnected with UFOs. She fell off her bicycle or some such thing, and they thought she had fractured her skull, and she was taken to the hospital, whereupon the doctors, this again in Italy, discovered a strange object. By the time she was taken back to the Army base where her father was stationed in Germany, and she was re-X-rayed, again, the object was no longer there. Now, I have those X-rays in my possession, and they, beyond any doubt, show foreign objects of metallic origin. These are have been looked at by Dr. Paul Cooper, who's a neurosurgeon, who is a friend of mine who looks at such things for me. I have recently received a case from of again a woman, an abductee, who in another accident thought she'd fractured a skull, and the radiological report describes a metallic object in the parasagittal area of the brain. I know through the investigator Barbara Bartolek, who's done some very fine work on this. I have other images of, actually it's a videotape of the X-ray and MRI showing a foreign object in the medulla, and another one which shows an odd object with a very clear-cut symmetrical shape in the hip bone. And the man had been abducted, had terrible pain in his hip, and even the scar right opposite where this object seemed to be. I don't know what Barbara Bartolek is doing with those cases, but the point is the ones that are in the head are in places where it would be extremely dangerous to try to retrieve them. There have been some objects that have been recovered from the nostril, and two from the underside of different men's penises, of all things. These objects are not radio-opaque, do not have any kind of heavy metallic makeup. There are a lot of more organic elements, carbon, silicon, and so forth.
I believe, I don't know on what program, but I saw somebody actually holding one, Bud, which appeared to be triangular in shape and kind of crystalline.
Yeah, that's the glass-like object. We don't know much about, I mean, I've held that in my hand, too.
Oh, you have?
Actually, I've held several of these things. However, this is the big problem. The objects that have been recovered so far, unlike these metallic objects we have not recovered, are made of enough familiar elements, especially, as I said, silicon, carbon, and so forth, that no scientist is going to say there's no way that this object couldn't have originated on Earth. It might be a bit of a problem to imagine how an object lodges on the underside of the under the skin on the underside of a man's penis, but nevertheless, it's possible to imagine an alien implant which is made of fairly neutral materials, but which is charged in such a way that it does what they need it to do. We really have no way of knowing what these objects do, why they're there, and I always use the example to show how complicated it would be to guess alien motivations.
All right, well, what about this, Bud? In the case of the ones you talked about where they have it in a portion of the brain, is anybody talking to these people about signing a release for when they die?
That's what I would like to do. That's what we have to do. The idea of autopsies, that's something we have to go into. Now, it's very possible that these objects somehow can be removed by the aliens without leaving scars or marks. Obviously, their technology, if they can move a person through a closed surface, presumably they can move a metallic implant through the skull without leaving a hole. How that happens, we have no way of knowing. It sounds totally off the wall, and yet the evidence would suggest that's the case. At the same time, that sometimes when these things are put in the nostril or the ear, there is bleeding.
But are we kind of like the caveman tinkering with the Sony?
You might be. But I use the example that if you imagine a very primitive Stone Age tribe in the jungles of New Guinea or something like that coming across the body of a dead anthropologist and finding a pacemaker in that man's body, they would not have the slightest idea as to the function of that object.
Exactly so. All right. Well, let's keep moving. A lot of phone calls. And on the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Where are you calling from, please?
Reno, Nevada.
Reno, Nevada. Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Am I on the air?
Yeah, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Bud, this kind of goes with the last caller. I was wondering if there were any other symptoms that identify abduction victims. And can I just kind of run down a list?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. Number one, unexplained fast-healing injuries. Number two, constant bloody noses. Number three, blackouts or what I would call unexplained timeouts.
Yeah, well, that's more to the point, yeah.
Okay, well, I got a whole list here, though, and there's only about 3 more.
Mm-hmm.
High intelligence in the victims or unsubstantiated strength, substance abuse in people that may have been past abduction victims.
All right, caller, thank you.
Well,
Is there any...
The list is, I mean, a lot of the things you said are very important. Now, the issue of unsubstantiated intelligence, we have to also know, I've got a case of a man who was abducted who was rather severely retarded. I also have cases, it's one of the most bizarre things I've ever heard of, 2 people who were comatose in a hospital who had been in a comatose state for a long time. Evidently, after a UFO visit to the hospital, showed puncture marks in the abdomen of the woman and an incision on the underside of the penis of the man. And these are people who hadn't been conscious for months. So it's hard to know. Now, also the substance abuse issue does come up because these are very psychologically undermining experiences. One is thrown into self-doubt from the beginning. Am I crazy? What's going on here? This can't be real, et cetera, et cetera. And this can lead to that sort of problem. So much of what you said is accurate.
So is there any...
for bringing this up.
Right. Is there any particular profile of abductees? Are they brighter? Are they lower on the scale of intelligence?
It's totally across the board. And the demographics, when we did the Roper survey of people who had answered yes to 4 out of 5 of our indicator questions, we thought were possible abductees, just fell across all ethnic, racial, gender, socioeconomic, educational levels, and so forth. There was no consistency.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening. Where are you calling from?
Yes, I'm calling from Seattle, Washington.
Seattle, yes.
Bud?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, hi, Bud. Listen, I've been trying to discuss this situation for a long time, and I tried calling that number out in Arizona, and they would never return my call. Here's what happened. The night that all of the lights went out on the East Coast, I think it was like 65 or 66. Well, that afternoon, while I was with my parent, my mother, we were driving in West Covina, California, and I would say I saw flying saucer. This thing was about, I'd say it was between 7,000 and 8,000 feet. I was amazed at the time because I was a young fellow, about 15. I saw 3 or 4 jet planes following it, and I noticed that they fired what I thought was a missile, and the thing exploded. And it was headed eastbound. This would have been toward the Pomona area. And that night, as I say, all of the lights went out on the East Coast. The lights also went out in the San Gabriel Valley of California around 8:30 that night.
Well, now, you said you reported this to a number in Arizona. I'm not sure what number. There are lots of numbers that come and go here.
Yes.
What I would appreciate if you could write to us at the address that we've given, and we have somebody get in touch with you, get some more information.
Yes, I'd be happy to.
And I thank you very much.
All right, thank you, caller. Bud, what about effects of UFOs, electromagnetic effects on radios, television, automobiles, any sense to any of that?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. It goes with the territory. We again don't know whether this is deliberate, whether they can sort of zap someone's car, or whether it's a side effect of whatever propulsion system they're using, whatever that is. But just to tell you a really fascinating recent situation, Dr. David Jacobs was working with a woman who was quite petrified. She thought something was going to happen to her that night. She called him. Her husband was away. The 2 children were asleep. Anyway, to make a long story short, he got her to set up a video camera in the bedroom, which she had used on other occasions, trained on the bed. And she went to sleep. There was enough light, and it was set at half speed, so it would run for 8 hours.
Right.
She went to sleep with the children in the bed. When she woke up in the morning, there was she'd been asleep about 8 hours, and there was still 25% of the tape unexposed. And it was still running. When she turned the tape on, it showed the image of her waking up, which she did not remember, getting out of bed and carrying each of the children away from the bedroom. So the bed was empty.
Oh my!
And the very next shot, she was back in bed with the 2 children, but it did not show her walking from the camera back to the bed.
That gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Now, that means that camera had stopped, whether it was shut off at the source or whether the power was interrupted, and it was off for the time that the abduction evidently took place. And so when she was placed back in bed, this is all speculation, but when she was placed back in bed with the children and the UFO left and the power resumed, the camera just started going again. But here you have an impossibility. There was no way that the film could have stopped and started this way without somebody doing it or some interruption to the power supply.
All right,
otherwise, she would have filmed herself getting in bed.
All right, I've got one other question in this area, and I'll get to it as soon as we come back. Take a brief break. Bud Hopkins is my guest, and we'll be right back. The hard one to test is right. All right, on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening.
Hello. I'm pleased to finally get through.
Where are you, sir?
I'm calling from the Reno area.
Reno, okay. KOH, no doubt.
Yes, absolutely. Bud, I have a little description of an incident I had while flying in an airplane myself as pilot. I'm a private pilot. I was eastbound out of Sacramento, California, heading towards Placerville, just a little south of Mesa Air Force Base, which was an active base. It was about 10 years ago. I don't remember the exact date. I remember it as springtime. And off in the distance, about my 11 o'clock range or field of view, I saw a very bright light. My first interpretation was it was probably a B-52 out there with his landing light on approach to Mather. So I just studied it, watched it, and kept a note of it because he was out there in the direction I was flying. And all of a sudden, this light proceeded north at an extremely high rate of speed. And I mean extremely. It went almost out of sight within, say, 2 seconds. That's fast. And the funny part about it, if that was an aircraft of any type, a vehicle that navigates through the air and had a headlight on the front of it or a landing light on the front of it, if he turned away from me, the light would disappear. Exactly, yeah. And this light did not. It grew dim as it proceeded into the distance. And I just kind of logged that myself in my own mind to say, well, I wonder if I'm going to see something like that ever again, which I never did. And I have heard of similar reports, but that's the only one I ever had.
Well, that's a good one, and I'd appreciate it if you wrote in so we could get some of the data down, and there are people who collect these reports. Incidentally, I don't want to unduly alarm you, but I have dealt with 3 different pilots, private pilots, who had UFO sightings and who had, while they were flying, and actually 2 of them were daytime, 1 at night, and they had missing time experiences in the air. They were in the air longer than they had fuel for.
Happily that's not happened to me yet.
All right.
I know, that's why I said I didn't want to alarm you. You just got to look at one. The one you saw was just going by, but I mean, literally, this seems to have happened.
Within the time period of that experience or sometime later?
No, while they were in the air.
All right, and I want to interject here, if I might. Caller question, you remember Close Encounters of the Third Kind, that magic moment where the controller said, do you want to report a UFO?
Yes.
Did you?
I didn't see that movie.
Did you?
But you reminded me. I asked approach control if they saw something on the radar that proceeded north at a high rate of speed. And they reported negative. And I have another question for you, Bud.
Sure, very quickly.
Do you recall back in the 50s and into the 60s, there was the Air Force had an operation called Operation Blue Book. It was supposedly the big government collection of data on UFOs.
Yeah, it was called Project Blue, and it was very little, actually. It was billed as big, but it was little. But go ahead.
Well, was that ever declassified? Have you ever had access to the
Oh, yeah, the material was declassified, but what's happened is that some other reports that we have found out about or were declassified separately, material was released about some very good sightings. We found out they were not in Project Blue Book.
Really?
And so the suggestion was that the really best cases were not put there. So it's a very ambiguous story. It's complicated.
Yes, I have a little anecdotal information on that.
Very quickly.
Okay, I have a friend who was in Germany in the Air Force subsequent to that. who was highly classified. I mean, he was working in highly classified projects. Ran across an officer who was in that Operation Blue Book. Asked to say, hey, what about this? You know, we're down here in the vault. Tell me about it. He says, I do not want to discuss it, and that is the end of that.
All right, well, that has to be the end of that, too. Thank you very much, caller.
Thank you.
And, Bud, we're going to have to take a break here at the bottom of the hour. Do you have any quick comments on what he said?
No, we'll be when we come back.
All right, very good. We'll do that indeed at that time. You're listening to the CBC Radio Network. Want to remind everybody, for copies of this program, you can call at any time, 24 hours a day, area code 503-664-7966. 503-664-7966.
Glad to make it.
Where are you?
I'm in Gig Harbor.
Gig Harbor, Washington, all right?
Yeah, KBI.
Yes, go right ahead.
A very weird time loss, and I think the whole town experienced the same thing, Art.
The whole town?
Well, tell us about it.
Okay. I was leaving. I live on the Olympic Peninsula, Gig Harbor. I was going to my summer home up by Canada at Twin Lakes in Colville. And in a town called Ephrata, which is across the Columbia River, I hit a stoplight, and I was stopped there. I was the first car in line. There were no cars behind me. A very odd thing, it was about 110 degrees out, the middle of the summer, very hot area. Someone in a full jumpsuit, kind of a bright orange jumpsuit, was crossing the road. And, I mean, the whole thing was very unusual. Basically, I had what I felt was a time lapse, a blank out. When I came back to, there were about 30 cars behind me. No one was honking any horns. Everyone seemed to witness the same thing. And the person was gone. The light was green. No one was upset. Everyone seemed very content. And I found it highly unusual.
Well, absolutely. Were the cars on the opposite side coming towards you stopped, too?
There were no cars on the other side at all.
But 30 on your side, which is...
Yeah, it was like a city block backed up behind me. But
and nothing coming towards you.
Pardon?
And nothing coming towards you. That's very odd.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, tell me about the man in the orange jumpsuit. How did he move, and did he look normal and so forth? What did you...
He was walking apparently like a normal human being. And I'm telling you, I've never seen anything like this. I have no explanation for what happened.
Well, I would like to hear from you about that, sir. If you could write to me at the address that I'm sure Art will give again, I would like to follow up on this because we have cases like this which involve quite a few cars. These experiences, many people in a cliche way think that this is just something that happens to one person at a time, but I have cases which involve conceivably hundreds of people at once. And certainly in abduction cases where I've investigated them, where the same experience happened to everybody, 7 people at once and so forth. But your situation, I think, should be looked into. Do you have any idea of how much time elapsed?
See, that's the whole thing is I'm really not certain because well, things like this happen out of the blue.
Yeah. Did you ever dream about this afterwards?
No, I really didn't. I told my wife about it. I told people about it, and everybody kind of said, well, you know, you're probably just kind of heat exhaustion or something like that. But
well, you send me a letter and with your name, address, and maybe I can give you a phone call back because it's something I'd like to follow up.
All right, good.
Thanks very much.
Please do that, caller. And, Bud, there are a lot of plane crashes, not a lot, but a significant number, and, of course, car crashes. And I guess I want to ask, could some of them be the result of some sort of time loss and improper recovery?
Well, things like that could happen. You know, obviously the after effects of these experiences are unfortunate enough just in psychologically that I hate to suggest even more possible problems to people. But things have happened. I did look into an automobile accident once that seems to actually a couple of them that seem to have had causes related to this where it would seem nothing was done deliberately, but in one case it seems the car was stopped and the people were switched off or taken, and then the car was started up before the people were fully conscious and an accident occurred.
Oh, boy. All right. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening.
Good evening.
Turn off your radio, please.
You bet. Right now.
All right, and tell us where you're calling from.
Good evening. Hello.
Yes, hello. Tell us where you're calling from, sir.
Sacramento, but they won't publish or they won't broadcast your stations. I got 780 in San Francisco. It's not very clear.
All right.
Two questions. Question to Bud Hopkins. I wrote him a letter a couple of years ago about a crash of a UFO in Jacksonville near the Naval Air Station, 1964. And he had so many letters coming in that he sent me a foreign letter back. And I tried to give him as many details as I could. They found 3 bodies in this about, this craft was about 25 feet diameter. The people were about 36 inches high. That's about it.
Were you involved in this personally, or is it?
No, I was stopped at the highway. They had all kinds of police, fire, everybody, the Navy, and I went to the Naval Base next day. I was interviewing the people there, and
Now, are you certain you wrote to me rather than to some other organization?
Yeah, but I wrote to you.
You did? Okay.
Well, I wrote to Stan Friedman, too.
Yeah, well, I'll have to look into it in my files.
I just
would you ever send me a postcard with your name and address and explain it so I can then look up your letter?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, do that, caller. Send him.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry. I hope that I, didn't just drop this one. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Is it hard to handle the amount of mail that you get, Bud?
Oh, it's extraordinary, and it's I'm still getting. I figure, even though the books have been out for quite a while, and Intruders Missing Time, I'm still getting probably 2 new cases, potential cases a day.
Oh, brother.
And some of these people are calling in tears and terrified, and I have some people working with me and some volunteers, and I've gotten some funding and so forth. But our organization, that's one of the things with Intruders Foundation, we have a newsletter, and we're just about to do another one. We're way behind on getting it out. It's 22 pages. I believe that's it. And we're going to be dealing with children's experiences and how to handle the problem if your little child is reporting these experiences. But at any rate, if people subscribe, it's $25 a year and join and that entitles you to 4 of the newsletters plus special reports from time to time and the knowledge that you're helping to support a referral service, which is national.
All right. And I presume they could get that through the same address. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly. That same address.
All right.
If they ask for information, we'll send them material.
All right. And that address is IF, Box 30233, New York, New York, zip code 10011. That's IF, Box 30233. New York, New York, 10011. Do I have it correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right, good. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening.
Yes, this is Brian from Seattle.
Yes, Brian.
And this is going to sound crazy, but of course everything you're talking about to, someone who's not really, well. Anyway,
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah. I haven't been listening for about 10 minutes, so I don't know what you've been talking about, but about the abductions and the implants?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and of course, when you enter into these discussions, you have levels of credibility and proof that really work along a mathematical scale. Like the more you can really prove, the less you really find out. So I would, as a preliminary statement, you might want to listen more to the uncredible or the people you might be able to really discredit information because they smoke and they drink and that kind of thing. Anyway, I have this thing in my nose. And it's like, I always wondered what it was, and I've got these things in my ears, too. But they're really small, they seem organic, and I didn't know what it was, maybe like some kind of a calcium deposit or something. But I don't know. And, for me, it's not a scary thing, because it's kind of me, in a way.
Well, have you had them, how do you know they're there?
Well, I can feel them.
Yeah.
I mean, just very slightly, but I know they're there. I mean, see, here's the thing. You're talking about credibility. I mean, like, you're saying I'm going to have them checked out and all this kind of stuff. And here's the very thing you were saying about, well, gee, now that the X-ray showed it up, then they came and took it back or something.
Caller, do you have any reason to believe they're not calcium deposits?
Well,
No. However,
well, my feeling is if you're really concerned about it, curious about it, I'd really have it looked at by an ENT man. That's what you really need to do.
What?
And he can tell you whether it's strange or whether it's an explanation. And
in other words, caller, go to the doctor.
No,
you could, we could have a guy help you out a lot with this, and you could help us too. So.
I get it. Okay, all right. Well, nice talking to you. You have a happy Easter. Okay.
Yeah, all right,
you too. Thank you.
Interesting. He calls you as though you are going to declare they are suddenly alien objects, and I guess people have to go out and find out for themselves. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening.
Yes, Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Bell, I think most reported cases of abduction by aliens are not true, but there are some authentic cases, and these are examples of a government program of mind control in which people are given an hypnotic suggestion that they have been kidnapped by aliens. So if the listeners want the truth about this, they should get a copy of Martin Cannon's book, The Controllers, from a mail order service called Prevailing Winds Research in Santa Barbara.
All right. Well, thank you.
I know about Martin Cannon's theories, and I think that the government does a lot of nasty things. Perhaps some branches have done some nasty things, but it has nothing to do with explaining abduction accounts, because if this was the case, it would have had to have started practically under Grover Cleveland or something like that in terms of the president.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, where are you, sir?
This is another Art from Edmonds, Washington.
Edmonds, Washington. All right. Good, Art.
As I listen to your program, I'm also sitting here reading the April issue of Omni Magazine. And the lion's share of this magazine covers the same topic that you're talking about. I just wondered if Bob would know some of the people they mentioned. One of them is a Bob Lazar, Lazar.
Right.
Who is a propulsion system engineer who claims to have been hired to examine one of the discs that they had found, and he claims that it is propelled by gravity waves.
Yes, all right, listen on the air. Bud, not Bob, but Bud, are you familiar with the Lazar story?
Oh, yes,
sure you are. Yeah.
And George Knapp is the investigator who's done the most careful work in relation to the Lazar case, and it's an ambiguous case, but there seems to be some solid evidence for his claims. It's an extremely difficult topic to go into at any depth, and since it's outside my area of expertise, really, I think George Knapp would be the man to talk to about that bit.
All right, and we do speak with him frequently. Stand by, Bud. Stand by just 1 second. We'll be right back to you. All right, back to Bud Hopkins. Are you there, Bud?
I certainly am.
All right, time is short. On our toll-free line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Hi, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Richland, Washington.
Richland, yes, ma'am.
My name is Gail. I'm curious to know what Bud's opinion is on speculation that our government is well aware of the abductions and the alien things that are going on, but either can't do anything about it and so keep it hushed up, or they're getting something in return and so keep it hushed
All right, I think his view is the first rather than the latter. What?
Yes, we've gone into that, and I definitely think they're aware. I don't have any doubt about that. But I don't think there's any swap involved. We're not getting anything out of this.
All right, on the wild card line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Reno.
Reno, Nevada, yes.
Bud, is there any other technique of remembering an abduction experience other than hypnosis that you know of?
All right, thank you.
That's a good question. There is another technique that has been used, and of course, people have talked about sodium pentothal and that type of thing, although that's not something I have any use for myself. Hypnotic regression works very, very well. There is a new technique which is being used by some psychologists. It involves rapid movement of the eyes I don't know what the motor connection is with memory, but there seems to be one, and it has been used successfully by a number of people to elicit information. You would have to go to somebody trained in that technique, but hypnosis is a very useful technique in the meantime, and safe.
All right, good. On the wild card line, you're on there with Bud Hopkins. Hello there. Where are you, please?
in Seattle. This is Jackie.
All right, Jackie, you're hard to hear. Get close to the phone and ask a question.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. What's up, Jackie?
Hi, Bud.
Hi.
I was just wondering if you noticed any significant trends in UFOs, like in the things that they're doing.
Trends, changes. Well, yes, in the sense that new things are coming to light all the time, and we don't know whether they're a new trend or whether they've been going on for a long time. This particular thing I'm going to mention, I think has been going on a long time, and that is the UFO occupants seem very interested in how we form relationships. And I just dealt with a couple who are about to get married, and they're in their 20s. And when they first met, exactly a year ago, they realized that they knew one another. They didn't know how, but they know a lot about each other, and there were some amazing connections. I mean, for instance, one of them remembered that the other had a birthmark on his chest.
Oh, boy.
They knew a lot about their backgrounds and how they looked and talked when they were younger and how they fixed their hair and everything else. And it seems that they have been abducted over different periods of time at intervals and brought together as if the aliens were studying long-term the way relationships are formed. Believe it or not, I have now maybe 6 or 7 cases like this. Now, this is something that's not really ever been made public, and I don't think it's all that common. But it definitely seems that this has been a systematic arrangement, and even to this point that there's a man in the United States in his 40s who, when he met an English woman here in the United States for the first time, she's about 41, they realized that they've known each other. They couldn't place where. They're both abductees, and when we looked into these experiences, they were first abducted when they were children.
That implies,
one from England, one from the United States.
That implies alien matchmaking.
Yeah, well, it sort of does. The great dating service in the sky.
Yeah, that's right.
But the basic point is that these people assumed all along when they remembered that they knew somebody, they assumed, well, it's a dream or something. I'm having a dream companion, but it's real.
Wow. Toll-free line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Time is short. Where are you calling from?
Tacoma, Washington.
All right, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. Mr. Hopkins.
Yes, sir.
I just a little while ago, I read a book by Jacobs called Secret Life.
Very good book, too. An excellent book.
And I'm right smack dab in the middle of a book called Abduction by Dr. John Mack.
Yes. John, these are two of my closest colleagues and friends.
Well, it's interesting what they both say. My question is this. These hybrid fetuses, children, there seems to be 2 scenarios to what they're doing with them. And I was wondering, which one do you believe? What are they doing with these children?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure that we have a scenario as to what they're doing with them. We really don't know what they're doing with them. That's the central question, actually, as David Jacobs has said about our point of knowledge right now. What are the hybrids for? Where are they going? We don't really know. And I haven't read all of John Mack's book fully. It just came out, and I don't know that he presents any scenario for the use of the future of the hybrids, nor does Dave Jacobs. Well, what were you thinking, sir?
Well, he's gone. These are both people that I have interviewed and will interview again.
Right.
All right, very good. We've got to move on. One more, perhaps. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening. Hello?
Hello there.
Where are you, sir? Hello? Are you there, caller? No, I guess not. Well, in that case, we'll make it this one. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Hello.
Hi, I'm calling from Albuquerque.
Albuquerque, yes.
I'd like to ask him if he thinks UFOs have anything to do with the Lost Squadron, when those 5 planes disappeared.
Oh, yes, the Lost Squadron. Bud, you remember they thought they found it, and then I guess they didn't? What is the story?
Yeah, this is one of the Bermuda Triangle issues. That story has been pretty much analyzed and discussed and explained away as a series of genuine navigational mistakes, people caught in a storm, and there doesn't seem to be a big mystery attached to it. Now, other things have disappeared. There was a pilot who disappeared, Fred Valentius, off the coast of Australia in 1977, and he was last heard talking on the radio. I've heard the radio tape the broadcast to Melbourne Tower. that's a genuine case. The lost squadron, quote unquote, which did happen, seems to have a natural explanation, though, unfortunately.
All right. Well, I guess they say leave them wanting more, and you are. It's a full board we've got here. Bud, go ahead and give your address out one more time, would you please?
Okay. You can write to me, care of IF. That's Box 30233, New York, New York, 10011. And I can be reached there if you want information, a sample of the IF bulletin, information about subscriptions, or especially if you have something to report about personal experiences, we would like to hear from you. And thank you very much.
Well, Bud, it has been a pleasure having you on, and I hope we can tap your expertise at some future date. Would you possibly be able to come back?
No, I think I would. It's kind of late here in New York for me, 1 o'clock in the morning. Us city boys have to get up early.
All right, Bud.
But at any rate, I certainly enjoy the program very much, Art, and I especially appreciate our listeners who've been so open about talking about their own personal experiences here.
It is amazing, isn't it? Thank you, Bud. On behalf of everybody at the network, I'm Art Bell. Thank you.